Chapter 2685. Xiao Yang lay on the deck of the airship, looking at the dusky sky with a helpless smile on his face. The battle with Xing Tian was not as smooth as it seemed. It was full of danger. If he was careless, he would have fallen into a bottomless abyss and be consigned to eternal damnation. Xiao Yang was very clear about this. Fortunately, he withstood the huge pressure and was not completely crushed. That was why there were things that happened later. Furthermore, he had also controlled his own heart, taking advantage of the situation and successfully borrowing his opponent's strength to allow his true intent of all manifestations arts to reach a higher level. With this, he would be able to reverse the situation and completely gain the confidence to battle with him. This battle could be said to be the most enjoyable battle Xiaoyang had since he came to the middle world. It was also the battle that he gained the most, allowing him to break through the shackles of body, refining again. As for the review of this battle, Xiaoyang needed more time to reflect on it. After all, there were many feelings in it that were indescribable. If he could find some undiscovered details from it, it would be of great help to him. In fact, the two of them were equivalent to being evenly matched. Even if it was a final comparison, they were more or less the same. Therefore, it could be inferred that Xing Tian was not just like the rumors. In fact, he was probably even more powerful than the rumors. He was a character that could not be underestimated. If he had the slightest bit of contempt, he would have to pay a heavy price in the end. Fortunately, Xing Tian understood the principle of stopping when he was ahead and did not continue to fight with him. Otherwise, if they continued to fight, the final result would be a life and death struggle, and no one would benefit. At that time, Xiao Yang's injuries were serious, and it would be difficult for him to fight again. Of course, if he wanted to be brave, he could continue to fight. However, his injuries would only continue to get worse and worse, even to an unimaginable extent, which would directly affect the crusade against the Yin Flame world later. If such a major event was delayed, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Right now, it was still unknown whether the Yin Flame world's army had already set off. If they were late and missed the great opportunity to intercept them, perhaps the Four Realms Alliance would shed a lot of blood and many innocent people would lose their lives because of it. Although Xing Tian had fused with the Horned Dragon's blood essence at that moment, that was only the beginning. If he continued to fight, he would indeed be able to be arrogant. However, if he lost his momentum, most of the Horned Dragon's inheritance would slip away from his hands. Therefore, after considering all sides, Xing Tian chose to show weakness and ask for peace. Xing Tian was a smart person, so he was very clear about what it meant to stop before going too far. He did not continue to pester. That was indeed the case. If he gave up his bright future, he could indeed fight to the death with Xiao Yang. But then what? Even if he could win, it wouldn't be easy. After he won, he would not have any momentum in his cultivation of the great Tao. He would be stuck in a rut for the rest of his life. This was the greatest torture for him. Therefore, when he made a choice, Xing Tian was able to maintain his composure. Therefore, he chose the safest way and did not act recklessly because of the anger from his failure. Moreover, Xing Tian's vision was not only focused on the myriad beast realm's invasion of the surrounding worlds. He was even more clear that what was the overlord of a world. What he wanted was to be able to walk a further path, experience more scenery, and even reach the peak. Therefore, the temporary gains and losses were completely negligible. There was no need to brood over it. It was not cool at all, and there was not much meaning in doing so. As one's vision broadened, one's mentality would naturally become more tenacious. Sometimes the temporary gains and losses would be insignificant in the future. There was no need to brood over it. It was completely unnecessary to put oneself in an extremely dangerous situation for the sake of an obsession in one's heart. Only idiots would do such a thing. In the end, they would only end up in a situation where the gains did not make up for the losses. After fusing with the Horned Dragon's blood essence, Xing Tian also saw clearly that since he had lost the first round, so what if he continued to lose? As long as he could win the last round, it would be enough. As long as he was still alive and retained the opportunity to move forward, then that day would come. If he wanted to fight to the death now, then he would break his own great Tao. That would be draining the pond to catch the fish. Of course, Xing Tian also had many considerations. He felt that Xiao Yang's methods were not limited to those. No matter the outcome, if he did not reveal his final trump card, there would probably be no result. Many of his calculations were still just guesses. It was very difficult to establish them. Moreover, the situation of a battle was constantly changing. Who could say for sure that a small breeze would not cause earth-shattering changes? Moreover, Xing Tian saw the situation even more clearly. Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu had been accumulating strength all along. If they interfered, then what would he do? Although that was the territory of the mysterious dragon tribe, most of the experts had been sent out. It would probably be very difficult to stop the two of them. After analyzing the situation, Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smile. Xing Tian was indeed a very respectable opponent. It was a pity. Because of the war between worlds, it was almost impossible for them to become friends. Admiring was admiring, but their standpoints were different. There was no other way. Princess Mingzhu stood at the bow of the ship, coldly watching the changes all around. Such a large flying ship, flying high in the sky of the myriad beast realm, was a naked provocation to them. It could be said to be ostentatious. However, none of the mighty figures of the myriad beast realm dared to stop them. Instead, they watched in fear. Even if they were angry, they could only continue to endure. How would they dare to make a move? Complaints and resentment were unavoidable. They dared to be angry and speak, but no one dared to stand out. News of what happened in the God Tribulation Mountain Range and Xing Tian's defeat spread like wildfire. Previously, when Bai Jian came, he killed all those who stood in his way. With this foreshadowing, everyone was naturally frightened. No matter how many thoughts they had, they could only sulk in their hearts. They did not dare to show the slightest bit of their thoughts. They dared to stand out and stop them. They wanted to feel happy, but in the end, they had to pay with their lives. Was it really worth it? Each of the old monsters wished they could live for a few more thousand years. Who dared to take the lead? Chapter 2686. The speed of the airship was not fast, which was also instructed by Xiaoyang. He wanted the news to spread and let the other tribes know that the current four-realm alliance was no longer the same as before. If anyone dared to provoke them, they would only suffer sword chi. Such an action was also a kind of deterrence. This caused those tribes that were originally ready to make a move to be anxious. At the same time, they were incomparably afraid. Based on their style, they might suddenly think of attacking them in order to prevent future troubles. Therefore, this made those powerful people feel threatened. They could not wait to hide. How could they dare to have any evil thoughts? Then, why did He Rin form the alliance? It was under the banner of eliminating Xiaoyang. However, since they left the territory of the mysterious dragon tribe, they all quieted down and did not dare to make a sound. There was even news that He Rin rushed back to his lair as soon as he heard of Xing Tian's defeat. He did not dare to say anything. Among them, Zhu Hong had nothing to rely on because there was no spiritual energy in the heavenly fire mountain. She could only follow He Rin. There was not a single level 5 expert in the vast central region. It could be said that they fled in all directions. Even Shi Yunfeng did not dare to return to the myriad mountain range. Instead, he brought his disciples to other places, saying that it was a trip to train their minds. Even if they had a good reason, in the eyes of others, they were just afraid of fighting. They did not have the courage to fight Xiaoyang head-on. In the current myriad beast realm, Xiaoyang and the other two people's names could be said to be well known. At the same time, it was also a nightmare in many people's hearts. It made them very afraid and scared. Why did you stop in the end and even agree to Xing Tian's request for peace? Bai Jian asked puzzledly. In Bai Jian's view, even if Xiaoyang was not strong enough, it was not impossible for him to kill Xing Tian if he and Princess Mingzhu joined forces. Moreover, it was also a great opportunity. If Xingtian could recover and completely integrate the horned dragon's inheritance, his strength would skyrocket. It would not be so easy to kill him again. Doing so was completely like raising a tiger to invite calamity. Moreover, with Xingtian's arrogance, how could he be willing to submit to others? A temporary compromise was only temporary and could not be made accurately. It was hard to say when this group of beasts would turn hostile. When that time came, it would not be easy to deal with them. Just thinking about this gave Bai Jian a headache. I think Xingtian is pretty good, Xiaoyang said with a smile. Bai Jian shook his head and said, It's one thing to cherish each other, but this is too risky. Princess Mingzhu, who was standing at the side, did not interrupt. She only looked at the ground below, indifferently. She felt that no matter what Xiaoyang did, he had his reasons. Furthermore, the Wanshou realm was no longer the most anxious about the current situation. There were priorities, and there was no need to be overly persistent. Not bad. Xingtian's growth potential is not bad. However, have you ever thought about how confident we are in escaping unscathed if Xingtian dies? Xiaoyang said with a smile. Xiaoyang frowned slightly. Regarding this problem, he naturally had his own considerations. The worst outcome was that the entire Wanshou realm would be enraged and attack them at all costs. At that time, without Xiaoyang's secret technique, it would be very difficult for them to leave this world. Furthermore, the most important thing is to take down the Yin Flame world, not exterminate the Wanshou realm. Even a rabbit will bite when forced into a corner. Do you think the beasts of the Wanshou realm won't attack us out of fear? Xiaoyang asked with a smile. Bai Jian was speechless. He really did not think about such a long-term matter. Moreover, to Bai Jian, no matter what it was, as long as he had a sword in his hand, it was enough. What else was there to worry about? Since Xingtian can suppress the Wanshou realm, his survival is enough to deter the tribes of the Wanshou realm and make them not dare to attack the Four-Realm Alliance. At least, before Xingtian is too confident in defeating me, they will not dare to do anything, Xiaoyang said in a low voice. Hearing this, Bai Jian's frown deepened. Naturally, he had not thought about these problems. He only wanted to be happy when he attacked. As long as he was strong enough, he could completely ignore the situation. This was also his personality. All along, many people had thought that the next sword master of the sky, Sword Mountain, would definitely be Bai Jian. However, as the person involved, he did not have such thoughts. This was because he was indeed very good at cultivation. However, there were too many things to take care of if he wanted to govern a world. It was extremely troublesome. Naturally, he was very resistant to it. Moreover, he also intended to support Li Chuanyi in order to let him be able to shoulder this burden. Fortunately, Li Chuanyi's performance during this period was also very good. He governed the Sword Heart world in an orderly manner. Not many people complained. As such, this was the best outcome and plan, and it was barely acceptable to others. Many times we have no choice. Xingtian's strength is not something we can calculate clearly. If we don't force him to a dead end, we will never know how powerful he is, Xiaoyang said with a wry smile. Xingtian was indeed an excellent opponent. However, many times it was also the same when one had no choice. It was difficult to make both sides. If one did not have the absolute ability to intimidate everyone, then some actions would have to be taken at a price. Let's talk about the future in the future. How to get through the current difficulties is the most important. Xiaoyang sighed helplessly. This battle with Xingtian allowed him to make new progress in his realm. It gave him more confidence to walk in the Yin Flame world. However, he was still worried. Even if they could kill those experts to intimidate a world, if some people lost their minds and used despicable means such as sneak attacks, the loss of their territory would not be small. There were all kinds of problems that were worth thinking about. They did not dare to be careless. North Light City lobby. Sun Yukai and a group of core figures sat together. Even the Divine Emperor had come. Of course, the reason they were gathered here was to discuss the upcoming predicament. However, their current situation was also very awkward. Because there were very few people who could be used, it was difficult to deploy troops to set up defenses. Even the divine emperor had come. It could be seen how serious the matter was. Speaking of which, it was news from the Dragon Pearl. Emperor Qin carefully checked and found that there were suddenly a few more powerful auras in the periphery of the flowing cloud world. Emperor Qin also sensed that the news was correct. Several level 5 Almighties and a dozen level 4 Almighties were naturally not to be underestimated. Chapter 2687. Such a powerful lineup was naturally terrifying to the current drifting cloud realm. With their current almighty configuration, how could they compare to it? This was a perilous situation. Hence, the God Emperor had rushed over as soon as possible. If those dozens of powerful figures attacked the drifting cloud realm, not to mention how fast it would fall, the number of local powerful figures that would fall would be very high. Since the other party chose to hide, it was obvious that they came prepared and had a plan. It was not a simple invasion. Not knowing the opponent's goal was the most troublesome thing. After the Emperor God arrived, he did not act rashly to avoid alerting the enemy. They retreated. Qin Emperor Shin Qifeng stumbled and ran. Where was the demeanor of a fourth-rank powerful figure and a king? What? Sun Yukai was shocked and asked in disbelief. The other party came prepared, but now they suddenly retreated. This was thought-provoking. What was going on? It should be because Xiao Yang and the rest won the battle at the Myriad Beast Realm. That's why they retreated. Qin Emperor said his guess. When he said this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xiao Yang and the other two went to the Myriad Beast Realm to retrieve their artifacts. They also encountered some problems and settled them. Otherwise, if the Wanshou realm were to take advantage of this opportunity, it would be a great loss for them. The Emperor God remained silent. It was not a good idea to go back and forth. If the Myriad Beast Realm and the Een Flame Realm took turns to invade, they would be led by the nose. Furthermore, they would be in a more dangerous situation later on because they had to move around everywhere. Hence, the Emperor God's way of thinking changed. Was there any way to prevent future troubles? However, it wasn't an easy task to completely defeat two worlds with a deeper foundation. In fact, sometimes an overly decisive style would backfire on him. Thinking of this, the Emperor God felt a headache. The top fighting power of the Four-Realm Alliance was not inferior to the other two worlds. They even had the momentum to suppress them. However, the gap in their core strength was hard to ignore. Hence, it made people feel helpless. I think it won't be long before we get news of the situation over there. God Emperor, please don't leave first. Wait until this matter is completely stabilized before you leave, Sun Dishing said with a smile. The God Emperor nodded. He understood this. If it was just a feint, then his departure would tear a hole in the flowing cloud world. By the time he arrived, he would be able to expel all the invaders. However, some losses would become a scar that could never be healed. Chu Taiyin and the others heaved a sigh of relief after receiving the God Emperor's agreement. With such a powerful being overseeing things, he felt slightly more at ease. Nowadays, the Four Realms Alliance was in troubled times. It was hard to say when something would happen, and it was impossible to guard against it. The King of Qin nodded in agreement and said, "Do we need to invite Sword Master Li to guard this place as well?" If they had Li Fengmu's help, then it would naturally be much easier for them to deal with the powerful beings from the Myriad Beast Realm. Although the Sword Heart world is a little detoured, we still need to guard against the Een Flame world. If we invite Sword Master Li over now, the defenses there will definitely be empty, Sun Yukai denied. The King of Qin shrugged helplessly. That was indeed the case. There were not enough top experts. No matter what they did, there were restrictions everywhere. One person could not wait to be split into two. It was extremely frustrating. Myriad Beast Realm, Mysterious Dragon Tribe. Xing Tian sat in the main hall. He closed his eyes and recuperated from his injuries. Not long after, Xing Feng came in with pills. Xing Tian did not continue to meditate to recuperate. Xing Feng looked at his elder brother. Suddenly, he felt that this person in front of him had become somewhat unfamiliar and different from before. In the past, Xing Tian was so proud and arrogant. He had never lost, let alone admitted defeat. He even took the initiative to threaten the other tribes to not disturb the Four-Realm Alliance. These words and actions were akin to humiliating the Four-Realm Alliance. This made Xing Tian very unhappy. This battle had been brewing for so long. It should have been in the bag. However, the final outcome was so sullen and unbearable. Xing Feng couldn't understand this, nor could he understand it. Xing Tian took the pills and swallowed them without thinking too much. However, when he saw his younger brother's unconvinced appearance, he smiled helplessly and said, "If you have any doubts, feel free to speak. You and I are brothers. There is no need to keep silent and cause a rift between us." Right now, Xing Tian's actions were extremely calm. It was as if the previous defeat was not worth mentioning to him. On this issue, Xing Feng had always maintained a relatively good attitude. Ever since Xiaoyang left, he had begun to adjust his mentality. He did not dare to be careless at all. It was naturally impossible for Xing Tian to not feel any fluctuations in his state of mind. Later on, he made up for it in order to suppress the ripples in his heart. Xing Feng looked at his elder brother and frowned. He did not know whether he should ask or not. "Feel free to speak." Xing Tian smiled. Xing Tian was very patient with this younger brother of his. Especially after experiencing this incident, he had a broader view of the world. Although Xing Feng was somewhat hesitant, he still asked, "Elder brother, you have not revealed your true form. Why did you admit defeat directly? Or are you saying that you've lost completely in the battle of hearts and minds?" Because he was too anxious, Xing Feng's questions were also somewhat baffling. However, these were the questions he wanted to know the answers to the most. No matter how he looked at it, their chances of winning were very high. However, the final outcome was not satisfactory. Moreover, the strongest battle strength of ferocious beasts was to reveal their true form. Only in this way could they display their strength without being restricted by human skin. As for the battle of wills, Xing Feng really could not see the reason. However, from the subsequent admission of defeat, he could still see some clues. Xing Tian smiled. This was also to be expected. What they were concerned about were these questions. In a battle of wills, I am indeed slightly inferior. Xing Tian smiled bitterly. A loss was a loss. There was nothing wrong with that. As for the battle of wills in our true form, I want to ask you, why did we cultivate a human form and not maintain our true form? Xing Tian continued. Chapter 2688. This question made Xing Feng a little confused. Ever since he started cultivating, he knew that once one reached the Kingwu realm, they would be able to possess a human body. However, Xing Feng had many guesses and speculations as to why such a situation would occur. However, he felt that his guesses were correct, but not all of them. There were many clues and possibilities, but they were definitely not the most crucial part. So, what was the reason for this? Xing Feng could not understand, because he felt that if he could understand this point, then he would not be far from the great Tao in the future. However, these questions could not be solved overnight. If he did not sense the many benefits, or if his state of mind was greatly impacted, he would not be able to understand. Seeing Xing Feng pondering this question, Xing Tian was not in a hurry and waited with a smile on his face. Sometimes, as long as one was willing to think about these questions, then the answer would naturally appear. Moreover, for beasts like them, there were times when they needed to think more. If he kept immersing himself in cultivation, he would inevitably take a lot of meaningless paths and take many detours. In the end, he would only be wasting his time in vain. If their drive was completely worn away, then it would be very slow to advance in the future, and it would be very easy for them to reach the stage of being stagnant. Back then, the 3 supreme experts of the Wanshou realm had been stuck at the 6th level for so long precisely because their drive had been worn away. In the end, they even needed to use the opportunity of the horned dragon to give them external strength and confidence, and force themselves to take another step. Although these ideas, in Xing Tian's opinion, were somewhat mysterious, they were undeniable. Sometimes cultivation was like this. You would never know what would happen next. So, sometimes, even if you slowed down your pace, it would not reduce your progress by much, and you might even be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After a long while, Xing Feng shook his head and said, "I can't think of anything." Hearing this answer, Xing Tian also shook his head helplessly. This fellow was still a little timid. Even if he had some ideas, he did not dare to easily express them. However, Xing Feng could not be blamed for this. After all, he could not empathize with some of the things he had experienced. Or perhaps it was because Xing Tian's brilliance was too dazzling that this younger brother of his felt a great deal of pressure. That was why he was somewhat submissive in front of him. There are many benefits, but I won't tell you. However, I can tell you that ever since I obtained the horned dragon's inheritance, I've been using my human body to unleash the technique's greatest power. Even if I tell you, you won't be able to comprehend it. Therefore, you can only slowly comprehend it, Xing Tian said with a smile. These words made Xing Feng feel a bit incredulous. Vicious beasts actually needed to use human bodies to display the greatest power of their techniques. If this were to be said, it would be hard to believe. At the very least, Xing Feng couldn't understand it. Since ancient times, they could only display their full strength when they appeared in their original form. However, the person in front of him was Xing Tian. What he said made sense, and there was no point in refuting him. That was because he was different from the rest. Furthermore, he had obtained the horned dragon's inheritance. Therefore, there was naturally a huge gap between him and the others. Xing Feng silently remembered this. In the future, he would need to carefully comprehend it. Perhaps he really would be able to obtain something even more important. Sometimes, it might only be a small pointer. If he paid attention to it, it might be the key to breaking through his shackles. Of course, you don't have to pay too much attention to it. Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters and cultivation techniques. My understanding may not be completely correct for you, Xing Tian said with a smile. Xing Feng silently nodded. He naturally understood this point as well. Their talents were different, and the fortuitous encounter this time had widened the gap between them. Brother, my horizons are no longer limited to the myriad beast realm, Xing Tian suddenly said. Hearing that, Xing Feng looked at his brother in confusion. Was this the reason why he admitted defeat? Seeing that Xing Feng was still conflicted over this, he shook his head and said, "At that time, even if I continued to fight, I would only have a 40% chance of defeating Xiaoyang. Even if I won, my foundation of the great Tao would have been completely destroyed. Not only would my cultivation fall, but I might also spend the rest of my life in regret." Hearing those words, Xing Feng's eyes were filled with shock. He had indeed never thought of such a thing. Could it be that it was really that serious? Since Xing Tian had said so, then it was naturally so. The fact that Xiaoyang had been able to leave calmly in the end was enough to explain many things. I know you feel indignant and aggrieved. However, in my opinion, there is no need to throw away your future, Xing Tian said with a bitter smile. His words sounded very selfish. Xing Tian did not care how others would view him. After all, he walked his own path. Perhaps he would have fewer interactions with the myriad beast realm in the future. If that was the case, why was there a need to be so fixated on these issues? Brother, you are doing this for the stability of the profound dragon tribe, Xing Feng said softly. However, Xing Tian shook his head with a smile. Don't say that. I am only doing this for myself. Faced with such a straightforward elder brother who didn't even try to hide anything, Xing Feng was a little confused. He even felt that something was wrong, but he could not tell what the problem was. He could only keep it in his heart. Don't think about wasting your time. Think about how the profound dragon tribe should develop in the future. No matter how much you resent the Four-Realm Alliance, if you want to take revenge, you must first take charge of the profound dragon tribe, or even unify the myriad beast realm. Only then will you have the qualifications to challenge them, Xing Tian said indifferently. His words were full of meaning. Xing Feng's eyes were filled with shock. What do you want to do, brother? Xing Feng asked. Xing Tian shook his head with a smile. If I continue to stay in the myriad beast realm, my cultivation will most likely progress very slowly. Therefore, I want to go out for a walk. In the future, I can only leave the tribe to you. Hearing that, Xing Feng was even more shocked. Leave the myriad beast realm and go to a wider world. Many people had thought about this before, but in the end, they still wandered around the surrounding worlds. I will not be in a hurry to leave. It will not be too late to leave when you can shoulder the burden. However, I will not wait for too long. You should tell my words to the other tribes first, in case they cause trouble, Xing Tian said helplessly. Chapter 2690. There were many disturbances in the Wanshou realm during this period of time. Starting from the battle of the lower three divisions, the entire southeast region fell into chaos. After the destruction of the lower three divisions, the surrounding tribes all wanted a piece of the pie, so the flames of war burned particularly vigorously here. After a few battles, those tribes that originally had strength and initiative were greatly weakened and finally lost the qualifications to compete. There were also some tribes from other places that wanted to occupy this place, but it seemed to be beyond their reach. Even if you had your own ideas, it was even more difficult to gain a foothold here. Later on, it was the battle of the God Ordeal mountain range that completely changed the Wanshou realm. The fall of the three veteran powerhouses and the death of a portion of the Almighties completely changed the general situation. Then, Xian Ye's sudden rise, becoming the first rank 7 powerhouse in 10,000 years, caused a huge uproar and made every tribe in the Wanshou realm feel threatened, afraid of being annexed. However, Xianyu was like a flash in the pan, and there was no follow-up. Waves rose and fell, and the situation changed extremely quickly. In this 1 year's time, the things that happened could be said to be ups and downs, and the trend was even more unexpected. Blind Left also liked to review and think about these things when he had nothing to do. At the same time, he also felt that doing so was a great thing. If they blindly followed the general trend, sometimes they would not even know that they had become waves. And their Blue Wolf tribe had already taken a step forward because of planning before acting. Sitting next to Blind Left was Blind Right. After Blind Left brought back the horned dragon's inner core, he shared it with his twin brother. The two of them were like this, and had been like this since young. Since one of them had it, the other naturally would not be left behind. Fortunately, their luck was better. After sharing the horned dragon's inner core, they both stepped into rank 5 Martial Emperor at the same time. Although the core strength of the Blue Wolf tribe was still not enough, with the absolute combat power of the 2 rank 5 Almighties, they directly swallowed up the original territory of the White Bear tribe in the shortest time. Then they took over the multicolor mountain range as well, taking over 2/3 of the entire southeast region, and promoted their tribe to a tribe. It wasn't that some tribes didn't resist, but they couldn't contend against Blind Left and Blind Right, even with the power of their tribes. That kind of struggle was pointless. They were just seeking their own deaths. The destruction of several tribes made the surrounding forces understand that if they resisted, they would be destroyed. Therefore, they could only submit. Blinds also knew that there was no need to exterminate them. After all, they still needed some outsiders to help them guard such a large territory. Moreover, the situation in the southeast was already very bad. Why was there a need to exterminate them and hurt the vitality of this world? Now that the southeastern region had experienced several great battles and suffered many casualties, resources were not so scarce and could still support them. There was no problem with our decision back then. Otherwise, we would have died in the Sword Heart realm back then. As for the tribe, it would have been destroyed as well. We wouldn't have become the tribe we are now. Right, Blind said with a sigh. This was something they had never dared to think about in the past, but now they had done it. Blindswa also smiled. All of this was because of the Lord of the Flowing Cloud World. He said some things in his free time, giving them this chance. This was inseparable from Blindswa's judgment. If he wasn't so sensitive and listened to Xiao Yang's words, how could he have achieved what he had today? Lord Xiao is really an existence that we look up to. It's terrifying to be enemies with such a person. Blindswa sighed. Back then, Xiao Yang's realm was lower than Blindswa's. Now, they seemed to be at the same realm, but the gap between their strength was like heaven and earth. Moreover, at that time, Xiao Yang had already planned some things. Step by step, he had achieved today's situation. This kind of breadth of mind and planning was very impressive. Now, Blindswa didn't have to doubt that since Xiao Yang could teach them how to succeed, he could also easily destroy them. Fortunately, Xiao Yang was more honest, so he didn't have to worry about this problem. As long as they didn't do anything to betray Xiao Yang, they would be safe and sound. The reason why Blindswa admired Xiao Yang was because he had given away the Niden in his hand without hesitation. From this, it could be seen that he had exchanged sincerity for sincerity. He was definitely not someone who would burn the bridge after crossing the river. Even they were full of admiration for such a person. At that time, I still had many doubts. Now, it seems that I was short-sighted. Blindswa said, self-deprecatingly. Blindswa and Blindswa had once discussed that they should directly go to the White Bear tribe and ask that ancestor to help them. In the end, Blindswa had rejected this suggestion after weighing the benefits. He had also taken a big gamble. The final result was very clear. They had been right and had gained many benefits. Blindswa sighed as he thought of this. Lord Xiao is almost invincible now. Why is he still so cautious when he sees us? Blindswa asked in confusion. The reason they had come to this place and set up a barrier was because they had received instructions from Xiao Yang. Blindswa shook his head, helplessly. Looking at his brother's silly look, he was also helpless. If Lord Xiao comes to see us openly, he will undoubtedly say that we are his people. Blindswa said. Blindswa nodded. This was the effect he wanted. If they had Xiao Yang's protection on the surface, who would dare to touch their Blue Wolf tribe in the future? With such power, they naturally had to borrow it. Blindswa held his forehead with his hand and said, Are you really stupid? Those guys can't do anything to Lord Xiao, but can't they do anything to us? Blindswa was a little confused. Our actions are considered betraying the myriad beast realm. Those guys will naturally have a reason to deal with us. They can't beat Lord Xiao, but can't they vent their anger on us? In the end, Lord Xiao doesn't have the intention to control the myriad beast realm. So, spies like us can't be exposed. Once we are exposed, we will be attacked by everyone. Blindswa said with a gloomy expression. The only thing they could accept was help in the dark, and they couldn't even leave any traces behind. If there were any problems, they might become the target of public criticism and end up in a miserable state. The few large tribes only lost their top experts, but there were still many people who could deal with them. Blindswa, your brain is still so good. You are not blinded by the short-term benefits in front of you. Very good. At this time, a black-robed youth appeared and laughed. Blindswa smiled and nodded. He was happy to accept such affirmation. Chapter 26:91. Leader Xiao. Blind left and blind right immediately cupped their fists and bowed. At that moment, the two of them were completely grateful to Xiao Yang and wished they could worship him. It could be said that if the black-robed young man had not given them a chance and given them pointers, the Blue Wolf tribe would not be what it was today. They remembered the great kindness even more clearly. They wished they could kneel on the ground and acknowledge him as their ancestor. Initially, when Xiao Yang secretly came here, he was still thinking about how he should give them pointers about this matter. However, at that moment, his worries were completely unnecessary. There was no need to worry. This was because, even though Blind Left had achieved his unpredictable goal, He did not become arrogant because of it. He did not think that he was invincible in the world. He still did something abnormal. To be able to maintain a calm state of mind and calmly analyze the situation. This was already very difficult. As long as he could calm down and not do anything stupid, they would not be exposed and would not arouse suspicion in the future. As for why the Blue Wolf tribe could grow so quickly from a small tribe, was it not easy to find an excuse or two? It was not strange that they had swallowed the essence of the White Bear tribe and the Multicolor tribe, which was why they were where they were today. After all, everyone's attention was on the God Ordeal mountain range in the middle at that time. Later on, it fell on Xiaoyang and the mysterious dragon tribe. As for the Blue Wolf tribe that suddenly rose in the southeast, what was it? No need to be so polite. Since you can understand the key points, it's enough. Xiaoyang smiled. Blind Yu smiled in a simple and honest manner. He had never been good at such things that required him to use his brain. Nevertheless, he was naturally very happy to be able to receive affirmation. Moreover, the benefits that they had received had far exceeded their expectations. Contentment was bliss. If a person's heart was not satisfied, they would be asking for trouble. I originally said that I would help you go further, but I didn't expect the situation in the 10,000 beasts realm to be more complicated than I thought. Xiaoyang smiled bitterly. If he could push the Blue Wolf tribe to the front and suppress them like how he dealt with the Devil realm, it would not be impossible to exchange for peace. However, this was not the 3,000 small worlds, after all, and the situation was very different. Therefore, there was nothing he could do. This was all he could do. After all, he still had a lot of things to do and couldn't waste too much time here. As long as it allows us to reach the lower 3 divisions as soon as possible, that's enough. Furthermore, the lower 3 tribes have always been like flowing water. As for the tribes above them, they will not change even after tens of thousands of years. Zuoxiu laughed. They were already very satisfied with today's results, and there was no need to ask for more. Of course, if the Blue Wolf tribe worked hard for the next thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years without making any mistakes, they could still look forward to the next 3 middle divisions or upper divisions. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction. Every tribe in the Wanshou realm had great ambitions, but Blind Zwe knew when to stop and understood the principle of gradual progress. This was a good style. As long as he didn't make any mistakes in the future and went further, it wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, it also made people feel more at ease. I haven't seen your people guarding the territory of the Black Tiger tribe. What's going on? Xiaoyang asked in confusion. Their earliest plan was to let the Blue Wolf tribe unify the southeast, but there was a problem with their advancement. Blind Zwe was a little angry and said the Iron Eagle tribe couldn't get any benefits in other places, so they want to support a new lower 3 tribes in our chaotic southeast to be their claws and teeth. This was the reason why Blind Zwe and the others had to stop. Otherwise, they would have already taken over the territory of the Black Tiger tribe. Xiaoyang only smiled when he heard that. It seemed that there were still smart people in the Iron Eagle tribe who knew that no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. Moreover, to be able to support a lower 3 tribes as their claws and teeth, the benefits they could get in the future were not small. This level of ambition was obvious. You don't have to be too restrained. Just pretend that you don't know and continue to advance. Stop when you meet them and decide the territory first. If you want to fight in the future, that's your problem. Xiaoyang said. Blind Zwe's eyes lit up. He understood the meaning and nodded with a smile. Moreover, they are new here. Whether they can establish a foothold in the southeast is a problem. Xiaoyang continued. Blind Zwe also smiled and said, this move is indeed brilliant. Blind Zwe didn't understand. What key words did these 2 people say that he didn't know? Blind Zwe naturally understood that the Iron Eagle tribe couldn't send all their elites here in such a short time. Therefore, the advancement was very slow. Moreover, every tribe was more or less xenophobic. They were more willing to submit to the local forces rather than outsiders. This was also why the few big tribes had settled down in a fixed place and didn't seize any opportunity to occupy the land. Of course, it was also possible that they didn't want that little bit of meat. However, the vast southeast was different. It was normal for the Iron Eagle tribe, which was closer, to have thoughts. However, with the momentum of the Blue Wolf tribe's development, it was inevitable that they would clash with the Iron Eagle tribe. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. If they wanted to eat more, they would have to pay a corresponding price. If they moved fast enough, they might be able to occupy more land and have some friction. However, they definitely couldn't start a war. Although Xing Tian agreed to stop and make peace with me, I don't trust the other tribes. Therefore, you guys should be more careful. If there are any other tribes in the Wanshou realm, remember to tell me immediately. Xiaoyang said. Unforeseen circumstances could happen. Moreover, the Wanshou realm's atmosphere was more cunning. Moreover, the ferocious beasts didn't have much morality. Anything could happen. It was naturally good to be on guard. Even if an accident happened, they could be saved immediately. Leader Xiao, don't worry. As long as the two of us are alive, we will keep this matter in mind. We won't dare to neglect it. Blinds was said, sincerely. Since they had become the so-called traders and received benefits, it didn't matter if they did more. Of course, the premise was that they had to be hidden well and not be discovered by others. Xiaoyang nodded with satisfaction. Blind Zhuo was able to calmly analyze the situation and benefits. It was indeed good. Then I will retract my consciousness so that you don't have to worry. Chapter 2692. In the past, in order to control Left Blind and Right Blind, Xiaoyang had no choice but to place his consciousness in their minds to prevent them from rebelling. After all, trust was the most reliable when there was something he could use against them. But now that the matter in the Myriad Beast realm was over, he didn't have to worry too much and could take it back. However, Left Blind knelt directly on the ground and said, Leader Xiao, there is no need to do this. With your consciousness, we can feel more at ease. Although Left Blind was a little confused, he also knelt down, not knowing why. This consciousness is enough to prove our sincerity. Left Blind continued. That strand of consciousness was like a ticking time bomb in their sea of consciousness. It could take their lives at any time. If it was in the past, they knew that Xiaoyang must have said this to test them. Now he might really want to take it back. However, Left Blind was very clear that the only way they could show their loyalty to Xiaoyang was this way, and they couldn't lose it. Moreover, they also believed that with Xiaoyang's character, it was impossible for him to threaten them with this. Moreover, Left Blind was even more clear about another point. They were born as fierce beasts, and they might climb higher and higher. In the end, they might forget how they got all this. Once they became arrogant, they might betray him. At that time, they were afraid that they would die. Sometimes a little fear could make one sober up a little and not do anything out of line. Xiaoyang helplessly shook his head as he looked at Zuoxia, who was kneeling on the ground. Naturally, he knew what they were thinking about. However, there was no need to say it out loud. Some words, once exposed, would be meaningless. You have to think clearly. If you miss this opportunity, then your life and death may always be in my hands in the future. Xiaoyang whispered. Left Blind took a deep breath and said, Of course I know. If it weren't for Leader Xiao, we wouldn't be where we are today. Although the Songlang tribe suffered a huge loss on the battlefield of the Western Plains, the resources and status they had now were very different. It all depended on how the individual weighed the gains and losses. Moreover, in Blind Zhuo's opinion, being able to maintain contact with Xiaoyang to express his loyalty could be said to be a protective talisman. In the future, if the Blue Wolf tribe encountered any great danger, they could still ask for help. So what if they were vassals and puppets? As long as he could obtain tangible benefits, some unwarranted reputation could be ignored. At the very least, this was the case for Blind Zhuo. Sometimes, if one placed too much importance on certain matters, one would not necessarily gain much from it. As long as the status of the Blue Wolf tribe continued to rise, and his cultivation was also improving, That was enough. Xiao Yang laughed bitterly. Now, the way he looked at Blind Left had changed a little. It was not without reason that the Blue Wolf tribe could rise slowly. Unfortunately, although Blind's brain was very good, his resources were very limited. Otherwise, if he was born in the tribe and was placed in an important position, he would definitely become the leader of the tribe's revival. Since you insist, I won't force you. Take care of yourself in the future. I'm going to deal with the Yin Flame world now, so it's very difficult for me to focus on you. Do you understand? Xiao Yang said. Blind's nodded repeatedly and said, Understood. Then, Xiao Yang concealed his figure and disappeared on the spot. After Xiao Yang left, Blind's lay on the ground and let out a long sigh of relief, as if he had just experienced something thrilling. Blind's looked at Blind's with some confusion. Why did he reject such a great opportunity just now? Needless to say, sometimes one look was enough to tell what the other was thinking. Blind's shook his head helplessly and said, According to the words of the human cultivators, we did this as a favor. In the future, when we encounter difficulties, we can still ask for help. Hearing this, Blind's raised his eyebrows and could not help but be shocked. If that was the case, it was indeed quite a good choice. Blind's smile became even wider as he looked at the flying ship that slowly flew through the sky. Master Xiao said earlier that he wanted to deal with the Yin Flame world. Is that world blind and wants to end up like the Myriad Beast world? Blind's asked in doubt. Blind's rolled his eyes at him and said, It's probably that damned Amo Luo who leaked the news and plotted against Master Xiao. That's why they're thinking of something. As Blind's did not go to the God Tribulation mountain range, coupled with the fact that he was worried about the southeast, he did not pay much attention to other places. He could only shrug and let it go. There was no need to think too much about some problems and thoughts. If he thought too much, it might even lead to disaster in the end. Looks like something's going to happen with the Yin Flame world. I wonder if we'll be able to get a share of it. Blind's smiled bitterly. Thinking of this, he felt rather helpless. Right now, their Blue Wolf tribe could not even control the southeast completely. If they wanted to get some benefits from the Yin Flame world, that would be a fool's dream. You can create momentum and spread the news that I'm going to the Yin Flame world. Let the other tribes have the courage to go get some benefits. Suddenly, the young man's voice rang out in the air. Hearing this, Blind's immediately covered his mouth in shock. If what he said before was heard, what should he do? What a blabbermouth. However, they watched as the flying ship left and did not say anything else. At this moment, Blind's let out a sigh of relief. If such a small matter was taken seriously, even if they were useful and would not lose their lives, they would still suffer. Fortunately, Master Xiao was magnanimous enough and did not have any thoughts of bickering with them. Blind's also understood that sometimes one had to be more reserved. Some words would cause problems if spoken out loud. Xiao Yang stood on the flying ship and did not take those words to heart. After all, sometimes the source of loyalty was just benefits. There were no eternal friends, only eternal benefits. This sentence was especially applicable in the Wanshou realm. Do we still need to pay attention to them? Princess Ming Zhu asked with some confusion. Xiao Yang nodded with a smile and said, Sometimes inconspicuous little chess pieces may be able to display unimaginable power at the crucial moment. 1,000 miles of dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest, and their role is to discover the appearance of the ant's nest. By doing so, they could have more insurance and fewer accidents. Chapter 2693. A few days passed, and the airship left the Myriad Beast realm. Immediately, many Almighties heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, when the three left, they did not exert any pressure or make things difficult for them. Otherwise, it would be enough to make them suffer, and they might even lose their lives. It could be said that when the airship flew over the Myriad Beast realm, it was like a sharp blade hanging over the heads of the Almighties of the various tribes. It could fall at any time and take their lives. Even though they were displeased in their hearts, they could only endure it. After they left, they felt as if they had survived a calamity. Other people's battles were all piled up with men and horses. However, these 3 people carried out the beheading operation unreasonably, and it was difficult to stop them. This was what gave them the most headache, and they had to compromise. Even if there was some resentment, so what? Other than continuing to endure, there was no other way. Fortunately, they had already left, which allowed them to breathe and not be killed at any time, or even lose their lives. Xiaoyang and the other 2 did not care about the turmoil in the myriad beast realm at all, because in their opinion they had done what needed to be done, and it was enough to deter them. Even if there were some variables, with the spies keeping an eye on them, they would know once there was any movement. Moreover, after the Grey Wolf tribe became a tribe, they could know some of the general movements of the myriad beast realm in advance, and even participate in the planning. Therefore, they could even know some details. So, what was there to worry about? What worried them now was none other than the Inflame realm. According to the information given by Xiaoyang, Princess Mingzhu was controlling the airship to fly in the vast sea of stars at a very fast speed. Previously, they had moved slowly in the myriad beast realm in order to intimidate everyone. Since they had already left the territory of the myriad beast realm, they could naturally speed up. Moreover, the next invasion of the Inflame realm had always been a knife hanging in their hearts, and it could fall at any time. Therefore, if they stopped it earlier, they could avoid a lot of losses. But fortunately, during this period of time, they did not receive any news from King Zhao. King Zhao went to the Inflame realm alone to create momentum again, so he naturally had some understanding of the situation there. If the Inflame realm army invaded again, it was impossible for there to be no news. As for whether or not King Zhao would be exposed, or even die there, that was a possibility. However, from what he learned, King Zhao was still safe and sound until now. Therefore, they didn't need to worry too much about this. However, they couldn't stop moving forward. After all, the weather was unpredictable, and it was best to let a matter come to an end as soon as possible. Moreover, after the last war, the Four Realms Alliance had suffered heavy losses. If there was another war, it wouldn't be good news. In fact, he might even have to pay an even greater price for it. It could be said that if the Four Realms Alliance were to encounter another war, it would probably become a tragic scene where bones would be scattered for thousands of miles and not a single chicken would cry for thousands of miles. They were too concerned, but they had no choice but to be anxious. Without exception, all 3 of their worlds had been invaded and plunged into chaos. Their losses were also extremely terrifying. The scene of blood flowing like a river was even more shocking. Naturally, they didn't want to see such a situation happen again. Moreover, the gains and losses involved couldn't be measured in a simple way. Bai Jian sat by the side and had already begun to nurture his own sword momentum. All the tragic scenes he saw in the Sword Heart world would be completely returned to the other side. Since their world was flooded with blood, then the Inflame world wouldn't have a good ending either. They had to pay the price for it. As for how heavy it would be, it couldn't be said. However, it would at least hurt their tendons and bones. Princess Mingzhu focused all her attention on controlling the airship and comprehending the mysterious yellow jade. The mysterious yellow jade contained many profound meanings left behind by the predecessors of the divine realm. If she could comprehend it, then her strength would skyrocket. Everything she did was to prepare and brew for the upcoming battle. The top experts of the Inflame world might not be as terrifying as the Wanshou realm, but their hearts were more united. When the time came, whether the progress would be smooth or not was another matter. Xiaoyang began to analyze and ponder according to the information he had obtained. He wanted to know what kind of method he should use to proceed smoothly. After all, some things needed to be carefully planned. Even the slightest mistake couldn't be made. Although Xiaoyang took back the mountain river map and also discussed with the divine emperor that they could attack or retreat, it would be the right way to do it if they didn't have to use them. From the moment they set off, Xiaoyang had already thought about many things. Because of the existence of the mountain river map, if he encountered danger, he could escape into the mountain river map. Similarly, he could also let the divine emperor go to the flowing cloud world and use it as a medium to quickly provide support. If possible, even Li Fengmu could do the same. Such a lineup could be said to be powerful. Dealing with the Yin Flame world would definitely be a cinch. However, it was best not to use these experts. If any accident happened, the consequences would become unimaginable. Time slowly passed. They were getting closer and closer to the Yin Flame world. Let me tell you about some of the almighties of the Yin Flame world first. Xiaoyang opened his mouth and said. Xiaoyang obtained a lot of information through the soul refining technique. However, Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu knew nothing, planning before taking action. This was also why Xiaoyang was more confident. At the same time, he also took out the map he plundered from the Yin Flame world cultivators and placed it on the ground. Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu came over and sat down. They both stared at the map and began to ponder. They needed a path forward and a path of retreat which had to be planned well. Moreover, there was a fundamental difference between going to the Yin Flame world and making a ruckus in the Myriad Beast world. They were going to the Myriad Beast world because they were afraid of their invasion. Therefore, they had to use this method to stop them. However, going to the Yin Flame world was completely for revenge. A blood feud. Xiaoyang's expression became much more serious at this moment. He said, the overall strength of the Yin Flame world and the Myriad Beast world is not much different. The distribution of forces is also very similar. The only difference is the people's hearts. Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu listened without saying anything. I learned from the consciousness of Mon and the others that before they invaded the flowing cloud world, they had several decisive battles with the Myriad Beast world. Therefore, there might not be many almighties of the Myriad Beast world in the Yin Flame world. Because of the changes in the main world, those people might have all retreated, Xiaoyang said. Chapter 2694. This was also the general trend. Since the interior of the Wanshou realm had become extremely unstable, the warriors and powerful beings stationed there had no follow-up reinforcements. Coupled with the several defeats, it was not impossible for them to directly withdraw. Right now, the Wanshou realm was in a state of being like a clay bodhisattva crossing a river. There were more conflicts and conflicts between the major tribes. They all wanted to protect themselves or annex other forces. Naturally, they would gather all their strength together. Immediately, Xiaoyang's finger drew on the map, telling the two that this was the result of the Wanshou realm's thousands of years of war. It had to be said that the Wanshou realm was very powerful. Facing the Yin Flame realm, which was evenly matched, they forcefully annexed a fifth of their land. This kind of ability was evident. However, for this bit of land, the Wanshou realm had paid a great price. However, in just a short year of change, they had no choice but to give up the land they had conquered. They could only retreat in dejection. Bai Jian also laughed involuntarily. It was really hard to imagine. If the Wanshou realm and Yin Flame realm did not break out in war and invaded with all their strength, how long could their four-realm alliance last? Perhaps it would only be a matter of moments before they were destroyed. Fortunately, the battles between them were endless, dragging each other down and wearing down each other's strength. Otherwise, their four-realm alliance might have been destroyed directly. Because of this, they had a chance to catch their breath and even turn the situation around. They were able to attack at this time and stop these disasters at the door. It's good that the two worlds are at odds. Otherwise, we would be in trouble. Bai Jian smiled bitterly. Thinking back to their previous strategy, they now felt that it was very laughable. They originally thought that they could ally with the Yin Flame realm, but in the end, it was just their wishful thinking. They had even paid a price for it. Although they were already prepared, they still underestimated their determination and combat strength. After explaining the general situation of the Yin Flame realm, Xiaoyang pointed to the west and said, "There's a rank 6 powerhouse here. He's also the only force that did not participate in the invasion of our world this time." Hearing this, The two of them also looked at Xiaoyang. My intentions are very clear. I'll deal with them the same way I dealt with the profound Dou world. Leave this faction alive and let them suppress the Inflame world, Xiaoyang said. Hearing this, Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu nodded in succession. They knew very well that taking down the entire Inflame world with just the three of them was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Furthermore, the only thing they could do was behead him. After killing the powerful beings and leaving one of them alive, he would then let them unify themselves. That's why we still need to inform this person, and even help him become the master of the Inflame realm. That's the only way to settle this once and for all, said Xiaoyang. Princess Mingzhu nodded and said, That's for the best. If it's not obedient, then I'll support another obedient puppet. Bai Jian smiled bitterly and helplessly. Princess Mingzhu's talent in cultivation was better than his, but he did not expect her to be worse than him when it came to understanding the general situation. From the fact that Xiaoyang held back, I can understand that there are some things that must be kept in the dark. If they were exposed, it would be meaningless, Bai Jian said with a smile. Once he lost the hearts of the people. So what if he used brute force to become the leader? When the time came, there would be dissatisfaction and resistance everywhere, and the situation would only become worse. With the absolute strength of the three of them, how could they support one person? That would be like a rootless duckweed, and it would be gone very easily. Xiaoyang nodded in satisfaction, looking like a child who could be taught. However, this was indeed the case. Back then, because the profound battle world's reputation was in tatters, and because of the uprisings everywhere, they had no choice but to lower their heads to protect themselves. Therefore, they did not dare to fight for a long time, and could only pay compensation in order to keep the peace. However, the Inflame world was different. Because of the invasion of the myriad beast world, their hearts were easily united. Once the wind blew in the wrong direction, the consequences would naturally be different. Xiaoyang had also put a lot of thought into this matter. Speaking of it, they were just discussing it, and it was just a simple notification. Because there were many details that Xiaoyang had already thought about, even where and how to deal with it. He was even precise down to the details and did not neglect anything. Princess Mingzhu simply kept silent. She was really not good at figuring out the twists and turns of people's hearts. This girl who was blessed by the heavens came with the hearts of the people, and everything was going smoothly, so there were many things that she did not need to think about. Seeing this, Xiaoyang smiled bitterly and helplessly. Since they were not willing to think about it, then it was fine for him to figure it out himself. After all, they were all different, so the things that they needed to worry about would naturally be different. It was all for the Four-Realm Alliance, so there was no need to think about whether he was doing too much work. In that case, our methods need to be exquisite enough. Otherwise, it will inevitably bring trouble to ourselves, or even the opposite of what we want. Bai Jian said in a deep voice. Xiaoyang replied, That is indeed the case. However, no matter how intricate our plans are, there could still be flaws and different situations. Therefore, we can only plan for the worst. Even if we can't completely suppress them, we have to make them fall into a situation of internal strife. Bai Jian smiled bitterly. The hearts of the people in the Inflame world were still relatively united. After they attacked head-on and beheaded the leader, they would probably only be united against a common enemy. So how could there be internal strife? Of course, it was not impossible to fight for it. If they thought more and did more, they could fish in troubled waters after they succeeded. They still had the ability to muddy the waters. In that case, there is still a long way to go. Bai Jian smiled bitterly. When they made this decision, it could be said that they were impassioned and their morale was high. However, when it came to planning this matter, they were still somewhat dejected. After all, anyone could talk big, but it wasn't easy to get some things down to the details. It was even particularly easy to make mistakes. This was the reality. It was very likely that you spent a lot of effort to plan, and a small unforeseen event could cause you to lose everything. Even Xiaoyang could not admit to this kind of thing. Even if it was not to the extent of losing everything, it could cause the layout to be messed up and not achieve the desired effect, or even the opposite of what they wanted. However, they had no choice but to plan. If they rushed in without any preparation, it would only be the courage of a boorish man. It was even very likely that they would fall into someone's trap at any time and be completely destroyed. Chapter 2695. Thinking about this, Bai Jian had a headache. He felt that he was not good at thinking about these things. At the same time, Bai Jian was very curious. What kind of monster was Xiaoyang? He had spent a lot of effort on cultivation to reach such a realm and strength, but he still had so much effort to think about these things. He even needed to do it flawlessly. How did he do it? Moreover, Bai Jian looked at the people who were as famous as them. They did not seem to have the same effort and scheming skills as Xiaoyang. Perhaps this was where he was different. Moreover, as the leader of a world, there were many things that he needed to think about. It should be a habit that he had developed back then. Well, with him thinking about these things, he could take a break. Soon after, Xiaoyang stopped thinking about the major forces in the west and pointed his finger at the center of the battlefield. After all, it was unknown whether the forces in the west would cooperate. It was used to clean up the mess. Therefore, before that, they needed to create a mess. This is where the Mo family's forces are stationed. Their strongest expert is a rank 6 almighty called Mo Jiao, Xiaoyang said in a deep voice. Bai Jian also nodded and subconsciously tightened his grip on his sword. Previously, Xiaoyang had challenged Xingtian alone in the myriad beast realm and won. This made Bai Jian slightly moved. In fact, in his opinion, he also needed to give it a try and show them his strength. Of course, it would be best if he could fight alone. If not, there was nothing he could do. After all, thinking and reality were very different. As long as he could change the general situation, there was no need to worry about these things. In this invasion of the Four-Realm Alliance, Mo Jiao is the main instigator. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the main culprit, Xiaoyang said, and his tone became heavier. If it was not for Mo Jiao's initiative, the war might have been delayed or even ended without a result. However, it was because of his wild ambition that the current situation was brought about. Therefore, they had to kill the main culprit. Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu's eyes flashed with a trace of sharpness. They remembered this name. Since he was the instigator of the whole thing, he naturally couldn't escape death. The blood feud of the tens of thousands of people naturally needed to be washed away with the blood of even more people. No one could change that. I want this head, Princess Mingzhu said coldly. Bai Jian laughed bitterly. He was really not polite. He, Bai Jian, also wanted it. It seemed that when the time came, they could only rely on their own abilities. The Mo clan's power should not be underestimated. This Mo Jiao's ability is close to the 7th level. It is best for us to be careful and not be careless. Furthermore, they even have over a dozen tier 5 powerhouses under them. Once they join forces, it's still a combat power that can't be underestimated, Xiaoyang said. Although the 3 of them could be said to be invincible in the same realm as long as they didn't meet, that was only in terms of one-on-one combat. If the number of opponents increased, it would be difficult to avoid some difficulties. Princess Mingzhu nodded her head indifferently because she felt that they were nothing more than chickens and dogs. They were not worth mentioning at all. Bai Jian also felt that it was nothing. As long as the sword in his hand was sharp enough and fast enough, these powerhouses in the same realm could be completely ignored. Seeing the two's expressions, Xiaoyang shook his head helplessly and said, "Although we fought with them before, we can't be careless. After all, the situation will be different when we reach their territory. In addition, their natural abilities are so strange and hard to figure out." Bai Jian had naturally seen it before, but he still shook his head indifferently. Just one slash was enough. If it didn't work, then a few more slashes. When the time comes, those vassals of the Mo clan will most likely go together to support. At that time, they will definitely set up formations and mechanisms, Xiaoyang said softly. As soon as he said that, Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu's expressions changed slightly. They knew very well how terrifying the power of formations and mechanisms were. If they were slightly careless, they might fall for it. Although Xiaoyang knew some information, he didn't say it directly. His finger moved to the north. Now, they were talking about the general situation. As for the details, they could talk about it later. This is the territory of the Assemble Fire Alliance. The alliance leader is called Yin Sunyin, who is also a rank 6 powerhouse. However, he has been at rank 6 for thousands of years. It is said that he is only a step away from rank 7, Xiaoyang continued. On the surface, the Yin Flame world was divided into 4 forces, each occupying a region. However, only these 3 forces could really decide the general situation. In the past, there were 5 forces in the Yin Flame world. However, one of the forces was beaten too badly by the Wanshou realm. In the end, because there was no successor, it became a small force. As for the other force that was still in the list of the 4 forces, its current position was only in name. Without this alliance leader's approval, the various forces under the Assemble Fire Alliance naturally wouldn't dare to recklessly participate in this war, Xiaoyang said. As soon as he said that, they already knew that this person had become a target to kill. It could be said that their strategy was almost set now. That was to follow this line all the way north. First, destroy the central region's Majiu, then go north to challenge the Assemble Fire Alliance. As for that portion of the Western forces, they could temporarily ignore it. It would not be too late to deal with it in the future. Because the Assemble Fire Alliance is formed by many forces, it can also be said to be the strongest force in the Yin Flame world now. However, at the same time, if they don't have a backbone, it will be very easy for them to become a plate of loose sand, Xiaoyang continued to analyze. The appearance of the Assemble Fire Alliance also seemed to have existed since ancient times. At that time, the various forces in the Yin Flame world were in conflict with each other. The resources in the north were the most outstanding. Therefore, the forces in other places all went north to compete, causing their local forces to suffer setbacks repeatedly. Since then, there were people who stood up and started forming alliances. Only then did they stabilize their own interests. As the Assemble Fire Alliance became bigger and bigger, it also became the behemoth of today. Of course, to be able to hold the position of alliance leader of the Assemble Fire Alliance, it had always been the strongest among them. If they did not have enough authority to speak, how could they command the heroes? The biggest difference between the Yin Flame world and the Wanshou realm was that the Yin Flame world was divided into several major forces. They all got along more harmoniously and would even help each other. As for the Wanshou realm, it was divided into tribes. They hated each other to the point of completely swallowing each other. It was also because of this difference that Xiaoyang felt a bit of a headache. Wanting to take down the Yin Flame world was even more troublesome. Chapter 2696 Yin Flame Realm. Ever since the defeated soldiers who invaded the 4 Realms Alliance returned, a series of news had spread. Many Almighties were shocked. Originally, they had managed to expel all the invaders from the southern battlefield with great difficulty. Before they could rejoice in recovering their lost land, they had witnessed what was called a crushing defeat. As the instigator of the war, Audiobook was the first person to stand up and admit his mistake. Of course, everyone was very surprised. They didn't even understand what was going on. The army they sent was enough to crush the 4 Realms Alliance dozens of times. Why were they defeated? The number of martial emperors who could return could be counted on one hand. Moreover, the information they received was very limited. Because those who returned were all low-level martial emperors, the information they knew was also very limited. However, after some discussion, many Almighties of the Yin Flame realm discovered that the 4 Realms Alliance only had a few powerhouses to support them. In the core, they were like paper paste. They could be easily pierced through. Therefore, even if they started another war, their chances of winning were very high. However, Audiobook did not immediately gather the second wave of attack. Instead, he made preparations. Mo Ju also had his own concerns, because he was very clear that if there was a rank 6 martial emperor there, the probability of him going alone to take him down was very small. Moreover, it was an away battle. The advantage he had was also very small. Therefore, he was prepared to wait for that person from the Fire Union to appear. Then he would go together with them. Then he would be able to completely crush the Four Realms Alliance. Since the war was almost completely annihilated, and none of the high-level martial emperors who went could return, he had to be more vigilant. However, it didn't take long before some new news began to spread. It was that the three almighties of the Four Realms Alliance were preparing to deal with the Inflame Realm like how they dealt with the Myriad Beasts Realm. Just how powerful were those three people? That was simply unheard of. The three strongest powerhouses of the Myriad Beasts Realm, Xian Jian, He Kuang, and Zhu Kuangtu, died in their hands. Even Xianya, who had broken through to the rank 7, died under the joint attack of the three. This news was somewhat shocking to hear, and even they were unwilling to believe it. But the various forces still sent spies to the Wanshou realm to investigate. In their opinion, if the three supreme experts led by Xian Jian died, then the Inflame world would be able to rise again. They might even be able to swallow the Wanshou realm. At that time, wouldn't their Inflame world's strength skyrocket? When this news was confirmed, the Inflame realm began to panic again, because this matter was indeed true. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the strength of those three people was. If they really came to the Inflame realm, what would happen to them? Moreover, some of the information that was revealed in the rumors became more and more inconceivable. Rumors that were half true and half false were the ones that were even more believable and shocking. Of course, this fear didn't last for long because some corresponding analyses and explanations appeared one after another. The three people who were mentioned didn't seem to be as terrifying as they had imagined. In fact, the scariest thing was that gossip was a fearful thing. Outside the Inflame realm, a middle-aged scholar revealed his true appearance. His face also looked somewhat distressed. This person was one of the three famous kings of the God realm, King Zhao. He had received orders to come here to create momentum. He had done everything he could, but the storm he stirred up wasn't very big. However, he had done all he could to pave the way. Next, it would depend on the performance of Xiaoyang and the other two. Would they be able to make this momentum become turbulent? King Zhao's eloquence was very brilliant, but this time he wasn't able to reach the level he wanted, so he felt somewhat disappointed. But there was no other way. He was also walking on the edge of a blade. He had to be careful everywhere to avoid being exposed and become the target of others. The day before yesterday, King Zhao received news that Xiaoyang and the other two were about to arrive at the Inflame realm. He had to quickly leave here to avoid any accidents. During this period of time, there were actually several times where he was almost exposed. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and responded appropriately. Only then did he avoid disaster. But if he continued to stay, it was only a matter of time before he was exposed. Thus, it was best for him to leave now to avoid any unforeseen events. After hesitating for a while, King Zhao swept away his thoughts and headed toward the Four-Realm Alliance. This was all he could do. Most of the time, he could only watch the performances of those young people and wait for good news. Fire Assemble Alliance. In a small room, a middle-aged man was pacing back and forth. He looked very anxious. This person was a 5th-level martial emperor. Yet he was so anxious right now. There was no trace of the demeanor of a high-ranking person. There were two people sitting next to him. They looked at the man pacing back and forth in front of them. They sighed helplessly and shook their heads. They also wanted to dissuade him. But when they remembered that his 3 sons had all died in the Flowing Cloud realm, they could only keep quiet. How could the pain of losing his sons be so easily forgiven? Even Enlin, who he thought the most highly of, and who was even praised as an outstanding member of the younger generation of the Fire Assemble Alliance, had also died there. And Zhou had always liked Enlin the most. In fact, in his eyes, having Enlin become Mo's deputy general and take down the Flowing Cloud realm would be a great achievement. In fact, it would even elevate Enlin's status in the Fire-Gathering Alliance significantly. Who would have thought that such a brilliant move would result in news of Enlin's death? Thus, how could Zhou be at ease? As soon as he received the news, and Zhou wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill his way over, the two of them had to expend a great deal of effort to hold him back. When is the Alliance leader coming out of seclusion? And Zhou asked. The old man, sitting on the chair, shook his head and said, "How can such an important matter of breaking through be completed in a day? Everything depends on opportunity. Brother-in, you don't need to be anxious. When the time is right, we'll accompany you to the Flowing Cloud realm and take down your enemies. You can take revenge however you want. No matter how anxious you are now, it's useless." The other person also tried to dissuade him, and Zhou humphed coldly. It was easy for them to just sit and talk. It was also because they didn't want their juniors to go to the battlefield. Otherwise, how could they still be sitting so calmly right now? However, with the overall situation in front of them, they had analyzed the pros and cons clearly. Thus, and Zhou didn't dare to act rashly. Even if he went alone to seek revenge, the only result would be suicide. Moreover, these allies all said that they didn't dare to act rashly without the Alliance leader's orders. Chapter 2697. The Mo family in the Central Region was also in an uproar. Many powerful figures had gathered together to discuss some detailed countermeasures. Some rumors had already appeared. After some of the rumors were confirmed, they had no choice but to gather together to discuss countermeasures. After all, no one was willing to give up their lives at the last minute. They had experienced the other party's ability before. If they were the slightest bit careless, it could be said that they would be consigned to eternal damnation. How could they not treat it seriously? Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man. He was dressed in luxurious clothes and sat there as if he was a part of nature. Although he did not emit any powerful aura, his majestic aura appeared spontaneously. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time and accumulated it over a long period of time. He was the current leader of the Mo family, Mo. This battle was also a battle plan he had formulated as soon as he received news of Mo Luo's whereabouts. However, there were some accidents that caused their army to be almost completely wiped out. The losses were quite heavy. More importantly, the Four Realms Alliance had also sent 3 young men to suppress them. The invasion of 3 people, no matter how strong you were, sounded a little ridiculous. However, their purpose was not to take the Inflame world into their own pocket. Instead, they wanted to kill the core members of the upper echelons who planned to invade the Four Realms Alliance. If they had not confirmed some things in the Wan Shou realm, they would not have panicked at all. They would even feel that the other party's arrival was just seeking their own humiliation and death for no reason. However, now it seemed that this matter was not as simple as they had imagined. There were still many clues in this matter, so they had to be on guard. Now, even Mo Ju felt a headache. As the second most powerful person in the Inflame world, he did not expect to have a headache because of 3 juniors. This point really made one feel helpless. The Almighties sitting there were also arguing endlessly. There were many differences in their opinions and views. Of course, there were all kinds of opinions. However, the only one who could make the decision was Mo Jiu. After receiving the news, Mo Jiu also considered fighting directly. However, he did not have the confidence to do so. Instead, he sent someone to the Gathering Fire Alliance, hoping to get help from Alliance Master Yin Xuanyun. If the 2 of them joined forces, it was not impossible for them to fight him. In addition, with the help of other Almighties, killing 3 Fifth Order Martial Emperor Realm Juniors with the most luxurious lineup, there was still some chance of success. However, the Alliance Master turned around and went into seclusion to break through after deciding on the strategy to invade the Four Realms Alliance. This made him feel rather helpless. It was even to the extent that Mo Joe couldn't help but suspect that there was something fishy about She entering into closed-door cultivation at this critical juncture. However, his seclusion was carried out right after the army had set out, so it couldn't be considered a scheme. Therefore, this was what made Emoju feel very helpless. Now that things had come to a head, even though he felt a little guilty, he wasn't afraid, because he felt that it wasn't that he couldn't fight, but that he might have to pay a great price. At that time, the Mo family strength would inevitably be greatly damaged because of this battle, and they would most likely become the second major force that existed in name only. These were all details that Mo Ju needed to consider. Furthermore, the Fire Union had only sent 2 Type 5 powerhouses to help out. The more he thought about it, the angrier Mo Joe felt in his heart. Until now, Mo Joe couldn't help but suspect that the Fire Union was going to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight, waiting for them to fight and then reap the benefits. What's the point of arguing like this? Can you get a result from it? Mo Joe was a little irritated and shouted angrily. With this angry shout, the people present immediately shut their mouths. Now that the Mo family head was angry, who dared to breathe loudly? Now that the airship of the Four Realms Alliance is about to enter the Yin Flame Realm, are we going to do nothing and wait for them to cut off our heads? A younger cultivator said with some dissatisfaction. At this point in their words, the blade was already hanging over their heads. If they didn't come up with a countermeasure, they were afraid that they would have to pay a very heavy price. Moreover, according to some of the information they had, they analyzed a lot of information, which made them somewhat depressed. The 3 of them together were enough to cause chaos in the Wanshou realm, which showed how terrifying their strength and temperament were. If they really killed their way out, what kind of scene would it be? Therefore, these matters were all worth pondering over. It's just 3 juniors. They took advantage of the opportunity to kill some people, but they made us so afraid. A middle-aged man said coldly. In their view, Xiaoyang and the other 2 killed Xianjian, Heikuang and Zhu Kuangtu, the 3 experts in the God Ordeal mountain range, because of luck. Yes, they took advantage of the opportunity. Even the 7th level Xian was killed by them. They really know how to take advantage of the opportunity. Another person stood out, as if he was mocking and ridiculing. For a time, those powerful figures began to voice their opinions again. Looking at the current situation, Mo Ju seemed to be ready to continue arguing, which made him very annoyed. These fellows still couldn't come to a consensus, yet they were still engaged in this meaningless argument. Such a way of doing things really made people feel disappointed and helpless. When things came to a head, there was no one who could share his worries. Therefore, what to do next became something that Mo Ju had to face. It was almost impossible to expect these guys to come to a consensus or come up with an excellent response. Even if they could come up with a plan with their brains, the other party's flying ship would have already arrived in front of them by then. At that time, even if they did more, what was the point? Fortunately, although everyone had different opinions, they all decided to fight and didn't show signs of retreating or asking for peace. In this way, their hearts were still intact. At this time, a middle-aged man stood out, saying, "Family head, Mo Wu is willing to fight with a few friends first. As for the strength of the other party, we will know the result after probing." As soon as these words came out, a smile appeared on everyone's face. Someone was willing to take the lead to deal with the geniuses of the Four Realm Alliance. If they could figure out some of their strength, then they could come up with a corresponding strategy. If they didn't know anything, they naturally couldn't come up with a countermeasure. Chapter 2698. After Mo Wu received the approval of his family, Emojio, he brought his friends and a few specially assigned people. The 6 of them set off from the central region and headed to the battlefield in the south. All 6 of them were 5th-level martial emperors. With such a lineup, even in other places, they would be able to do as they pleased. Although there was a saying that there was always someone better than them, as long as they did not deliberately seek death, they still had a great chance of survival. Moreover, They were about to face 3 5th-level martial emperors. They were in the same realm and could even fight 2 against 1. With such a lineup, there was no reason for them to lose. However, the strength of the newcomers was extraordinary. They naturally knew that if they did not take them seriously, it would be irresponsible for their own lives. Therefore, they had to be more careful. When the time came, even if the 6 of them could not defeat the newcomers, they could still escape back to the Mo family after testing their strength. It would not be too late to discuss countermeasures. Now that Mo Wu had volunteered to fight, the pressure in his heart was not small. During this period of time, many things had been stirred up. In addition to some unforeseen events, they had to be more careful. Xiaoyang and the other 2's achievements in the God Tribulation Mountain Range were somewhat opportunistic and lucky. However, later on, they joined forces to kill Xianya, a 7th-level martial emperor. This could not be taken lightly. No matter what method they used to kill Xianya, it was worth thinking about. They could not say that Xianya had not broken through to 7th level, and everything was just a rumor. Mo Wu was not such a stupid person. He also knew very well that he, as the vanguard, had to be prepared for the worst. Even if he saw that the situation was not right, he had to run away from the battle as fast as possible. He did not dare to delay. If he did not want to risk his own life, he was afraid that he might not be able to test the full strength of the newcomers. Thinking of this, Mo Wu felt a headache. Brother, don't think too much. No matter how powerful the 3 people in the rumors are, they are just rumors. Seeing is believing, while hearsay is false. A middle-aged man spoke at this moment. This man was Mo Wu's friend and also a member of the Mo family. He held a position of worship and was called Meng Hu. Mo Wu could only smile helplessly. How could he not be worried now? Although that was the case, there was also a saying that a person with a great reputation would not be undeserved. Who could say for sure that this trip would be a sure success? Moreover, Mo Wu had already adjusted their mentality from the very beginning. Their attack this time was just a test. As for whether or not they could take him down, that would depend on whether or not they had the chance. If there was no chance, then he could only silently give up and save his life first. Meng, who looked at the worried look on Mo Wu's face and felt uncomfortable in his heart. Mo Wu's cowardice would only boost his opponent's morale and destroy his own. He couldn't bear to see such a thing happen. However, Mo Wu was the leader of this operation. Even though Meng, who was dissatisfied, he could only suppress it. No matter how many complaints they had, they could only put them aside for now. However, there was one thing that was certain, and that was the exact strength of Xiaoyang and the others could only be known after they fought them. The current debate would appear somewhat ignorant. If the other party is really strong, they wouldn't have sent people here to build momentum, said a young-looking cultivator. There was some truth in his words, and Meng Hu agreed with his words. If the other party was really strong, they would probably directly attack them and crush them with absolute strength. All along, the fist was the most powerful statement. As for other methods, they were just conspiracies and had no meaning. Mo Wu, don't think too simply, said Mo Wu coldly. When Mo Hao heard this, he snorted coldly. Naturally, he was unhappy with such a denial. However, so what? Blindly valuing the opponent, but underestimating his own strength. Wasn't such self-denial a little too much? Now, Mo Wu couldn't understand. Since Mo Wu had always been cowardly, why did he take the initiative to volunteer to fight? If he was so afraid, he should have stayed at home and not come out to embarrass himself. Since the 6 of them had chosen to fight, they still had to be so cowardly. This made them feel aggrieved and very uncomfortable. Looking at the dissatisfied look on everyone's face, Mo Wu could only shake his head and sigh. These guys were really confident. Did they think that they could do whatever they wanted in their own territory? Not to mention the losses of the Wanshou realm. The Yin Flame realm had lost many 5th-stage cultivators. And this was the most powerful proof. This was how one could know the general situation, from a small clue. As for Mo Wu's initiative to volunteer to fight, it was just to get a feel of the situation, so that he could gather some information for the later battle. On the surface, They did have a great advantage in terms of lineup, but in the end it wasn't that simple. If the other party hadn't made any preparations, they wouldn't have come like this. The three of them were definitely the strongest in the Four-Realm Alliance, and they even had many outstanding aspects. Originally, Mo Wu wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw that everyone was impatient, he decided to keep his mouth shut. When the time came, as long as these guys suffered losses, they would know the pros and cons. Now, even if he told them the truth, they would only think that he was belittling himself and bragging about the opponents. He didn't expect that even his good friend Meng, who didn't understand his painstaking efforts. This made Mo feel uncomfortable. Now it seemed that some things couldn't be explained clearly in a few words. Moreover, the change of people's hearts couldn't happen overnight. Soon, they arrived outside the Enflame realm. Looking at the vast Milky Way, their mentality underwent subtle changes. Mo Wu became more and more nervous, while Meng Hu and Mo Wu were a little excited. In their view, this was a great opportunity to make a contribution. If they could take down the three people from the Four-Realm Alliance, they could stabilize the morale of the entire Enflame realm. At that time, they would be the first to break through the Four-Realm Alliance. How could they get less benefits? After a while, the six of them saw a flying ship coming. At this moment, Meng, who was also very excited, the time to make a contribution had come. Those guys really had the guts to come. Chapter 26:99. The flying ship traveled in the vast sea of stars for a long time. During this period of time, Xiaoyang explained the general situation of the Enflame realm to his companions. Of course, the general direction of the battle was also decided. Because they set off from the Wanshou realm, they would definitely land in the southern battlefield. At that time, they would head north with the goal of eliminating the Mo family and the Gathering Fire Alliance. During this period of time, Xiaoyang's injuries were completely healed. He had also returned to his peak state. For his upcoming trip to the Enflame realm, his chances of success had increased. Bai Jian nurtured his sword during this seemingly dull period of time. Although he did not make much progress, he had completely stabilized his realm. At the very least, within the same realm as him, there were very few who could match him. In the past, Bai Jian could still consider himself invincible. However, later on, he knew of Princess Ming Zhu's existence. After that, he met Xiaoyang. However, Bai Jian was still the same Bai Jian. Although he was not invincible within the same realm, as long as his sword was the sharpest, it was enough. The world was so big. There were all kinds of strange things. Everyone was just a drop in the ocean. Why bother to pursue the strongest? A person's luck, opportunity, hard work, and even many other details were all indispensable. Moreover, Bai Jian's sword was originally unconventional. Therefore, it was impossible for him to pursue the strongest. Although he was not the strongest, he was definitely among the peak of the same realm. Princess Ming Zhu was still comprehending the profound meaning within the mysterious yellow jade. She wanted to prove the great Tao of the divine realm from it. Although the mysterious yellow jade was indeed a divine tool left behind from the ancient divine realm and was filled with profound meaning, to fully comprehend it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Even though Princess Ming Zhu possessed luck, it was also difficult for her to do so. She could only use endless time to slowly wear it down. Looks like our name is really famous in the Enflame realm. We haven't even entered yet, and there are already people coming out to welcome us. Bai Jian's face had a bit of ridicule as he said with a smile. Hearing that, Xiaoyang also raised his head and looked over. He saw the 6 people standing side by side and looking over here, covetously. It seems that the Enflame world has gotten wind of this. That's why they sent out spies to test us, Xiaoyang said in a low voice. At the same time, Xiaoyang's heart also had a little more calculation. Since the Enflame realm had responded in such a way, it was enough to show that they had brains. They knew how to deal with it, which was the most appropriate way. It was likely that they would encounter layers upon layers of suffering in the upcoming battles in the Enflame world. it would be incomparably difficult for them to achieve their goals. Sometimes it was enough to tell how the people of this world were from their simple responses. Now, Xiaoyang was indeed starting to have a headache. Since the hearts of the other party were so united, the chances of making them tremble in fear and beg for peace were very small. It could even be said that under their high pressure, many forces in the Inflame world would unite against a common enemy. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang rubbed his forehead helplessly. Although what he saw now was not too different from his previous conjectures, it was inevitable that he would feel a little vexed when dealing with it. Fifth Order Martial Emperor spies? This Inflame world is really rich and overbearing. They directly sent out 6 powerhouses. Bai Jian couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. They didn't find it strange that the Inflame world could send out so many powerhouses at once. As for why the Wanshou realm couldn't send out such a huge force, it was entirely because their forces were too scattered. However, in the God Tribulation mountain range, when Xianjian led many powerhouses to besiege the Horned Dragon, Xiaoyang and the others had seen such a grand scene. The Horned Dragon was so strong that it took almost the entire Wanshou realm's powerhouses to take it down. In fact, the losses were not low. The rank 6 Almighty of the giant elephant tribe had lost his life because of this. But if they want to test our depth like this, it's still a little shabby. Princess Mingzhu said in a low voice. Although the 6 powerhouses were all 5th Order martial emperors and belonged to the same realm, the 3 of them could be said to be invincible in the same realm, even if it was 1 against 2. So what? In fact, if they cooperated well, it wouldn't be a problem for them to crush him. How are we going to fight this battle? Bai Jian glanced sideways and asked with a smile. This could be said to be their first stop in the Inflame world, so naturally they couldn't be careless. Victory was inevitable. However, the method to achieve victory was something that needed to be considered. Xiaoyang was also thinking about this point, because there were only 3 of them and they needed to crush the hearts of the Inflame world. Naturally, they needed to think more. Sometimes, it wasn't so easy to crush the opponent in the simplest way. Therefore, they needed to go step by step and crush the hearts of the Inflame world layer by layer. They couldn't be careless at all. Even when facing twice as many powerhouses of the same realm, they could still talk and laugh as if there was no pressure at all. This scene fell into the eyes of Meng Hu and the others, and the anger in their hearts was ignited again. They couldn't wait to kill the 3 youths directly and let them know their power. However, they weren't fools. They didn't act rashly for fear of falling into a trap. Naturally, they didn't need to be in a hurry. It wouldn't be too late to take action after the 2 sides officially met. What's more, they were now ready for battle. The more serious the situation was, the more they needed to stabilize their mentality. They couldn't tolerate any mistakes. Sometimes, because of some fluctuations in the state of mind, they might become a little anxious. In the end, they might drag the group down and cause their friends to die. And Mo Wu looked at the high-spirited appearance of the 3 little guys on the ship and felt a little bitter in his heart. No matter whether the other party was pretending or not, if they didn't have some real ability, how could they dare to come here? Moreover, it was hard to tell whether what they saw was true or false. It might seem that there were only 3 people on the airship, including Xiaoyang, Bai Jian, and Meng Hu, but it was still unknown whether there was a hidden army on the airship. They were also very wary of human cultivators. They also understood that these guys had always been crafty and cunning. They might have some sinister tricks up their sleeves. They had to be on guard against these, and accidents could happen at any time. I'm very curious. Why are the 6 of you waiting here? Are you here to surrender because you're afraid of our power, or do you think we're just SOSO and want to kill us? After getting closer, Bai Jian asked in a clear voice, as if he didn't mind watching a show. Chapter 2700. Bai Jian looked at everyone with interest. Previously, they had already decided on how to fight this battle. It was nothing more than playing around and letting the other party feel that even if the 3 of them were playing around, the 6 of them together would not be able to compete with them. This way, they could also hide some of their strength so that they could not see how strong they were and at the same time be afraid of them. As long as they could not figure it out, all their thoughts would only exist as guesses. Even every time they estimated and calculated, they would think a little more, and it would be difficult to be accurate. How arrogant. I just heard that a few brainless idiots have come. So I'm here to hunt them down, Meng Hu said coldly. Although Meng Hu did not completely lose his mind and start the battle, he still could not tolerate such mockery and ridicule. His fury burned more and more vigorously. He wanted nothing more than to use his eyes to kill these outsiders countless times. Now, Meng Hu could not hide his anger at all, because the light blue flame above his head began to turn green. This was the characteristic of the Yin Flame realm cultivators. It was difficult to hide their emotions, because the flame above their head would also change subtly with the change of their emotions. That flame above your head is really interesting. If I cut your head off, it would be nice to use it as a light source at home. Bai Jian continued to tease. Suddenly, an extremely strong aura erupted from Meng Hu's body. Apparently, he was unable to restrain his anger. That aura caused the airship to tremble slightly. If not for Princess Mingju's control, they might have already retreated dozens of miles away. Seeing the airship trembling, Meng Hu's expression changed slightly. He knew very well that if it were not for his strength, he would not have acted so calmly. Sure enough, this was a big problem, and it would not be easy to solve it. Mo Wu did not say a word, but his eyes were constantly wandering. Apparently, he was carefully observing. This time, Mo Wu was the most clear-headed person who came to intercept them. He knew that he was just trying to find out the details. As for whether they would start the battle or not, it was not that important. Of course, if they did not start the battle, it would not be easy to find clues with his own eyes. However, according to Meng Hu's temperament, it was impossible for him to not make a move. Since these fellows were so warlike, he would let them fight. He would also be happy to observe carefully to avoid any mishaps. Do you human cultivators only know how to talk? Mo Hao stood up and shouted. At this moment, Mo Hao also wanted to take action. But because Mo Wu hadn't given any orders, he couldn't act on his own. Of course, if Mo Sha couldn't help it, he could take action. However, if he did that, it would affect the whole situation. If something went wrong, everyone would be more or less implicated. It was not a wise move. You're right, that's all we have. Since you guys are powerful, why don't you make the first move? Bai Jian mocked, looking like he was asking for a beating. Hearing this, Meng Hu and the others were still suppressing their anger, waiting for the order. However, when he looked at Mo Wu, he didn't seem to be doing anything. He didn't know what he was thinking. This made everyone extremely displeased, and some of them even appeared to be unwilling to accept it. Suddenly, Mo Wu's body shook. He looked up and saw the man in black, who looked a little ugly, staring at him. At the same time, a sense of fear rose in Mo Wu's heart. It was as if that gaze could see through him. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, it was useless. This feeling of being seen through made Mo Wu's scalp tingle. What kind of person was this? How many things had he experienced to have such ability? Thinking of this, it was a little scary. This was not an ability that ordinary people could have. How many things had this guy, who looked like a teenager, experienced to have such ability? Suddenly, Mo Wu even felt that he was being stared at by this pair of eyes. It was as if he had become a prey that could be hunted down and killed at any time. A chill ran down his spine, and his heart trembled with fear. Don't act rashly. If you want to fight, you have to think carefully. Don't act rashly. Mo Wu didn't care so much now. He told his companions through a secret technique. Now, Mo Wu could be sure that Xiaoyang was indeed a person who had killed his way out. His cultivation was indeed terrifying, and he couldn't be provoked easily. As for those who were said to be powerful, they were probably just SOSO. Xiaoyang saw that Mo Wu avoided his gaze and just smiled knowingly, as if he had made a deal with him. And such a small detail happened to be caught by the cultivators of the Een Flame realm. Mo Wu looked at his fellow sect member with some doubts, his eyes full of doubts and questions. Mo Wu was a little unhappy to be looked at like this, but at the same time he smiled bitterly. This guy was still as brainless as before. The other party didn't say anything, and just a look made him question. Although Mo Wu didn't say a word, his eyes were enough to explain his intentions. Now, you have to give an explanation. It was just a confrontation of words, but there were already internal problems. Of course, this had to do with their different opinions to a certain extent. When Xiaoyang saw this, he intentionally avoided looking at Mo Wu. It was as if he was afraid that Mo Wu would be exposed. With such a move, Meng, who also looked at his friend with some disbelief. Could it be that they had already reached some kind of secret agreement that could not be revealed to the public? Everyone's expression changed again when they looked at Mo Wu, and their thoughts began to deviate. What a powerful method! Mo Wu smiled bitterly and helplessly. Mo Wu originally wanted to stay out of the matter and observe carefully, but who would have thought that it would turn out like this? He could hide it, but it caused trouble for him, and he couldn't explain it clearly. Facing the distrustful eyes of his fellow sect members, Mo Wu felt a little sad in his heart. Thousands of years together, could it not be compared to a few glances from others? It would be a big joke if this were to be spread. They deserved not to be the outstanding group of rank 5 people. With such brains, it was indeed difficult for them to achieve great things. At this moment, Bai Jian immediately pulled out his sword and slashed out directly. Although he was joking before, Bai Jian was not idle, but secretly accumulating power. Now that the other party was suspicious of each other, it was a great opportunity for him to use his sword. Killing one person with a sword was a great gain. Chapter 2701. As soon as Bai Jian unsheathed his sword, a dazzling sword light gushed out. It was unstoppable, as if it was filled with a monstrous fury that could not be stopped. That sharp aura caused everyone present to subconsciously suck in a breath of cold air. Even though they were not the ones being targeted, they still felt as if there were countless sharp swords cutting their skin. That kind of sharp feeling caused them to feel a lingering fear. Be careful! Mo Wu reacted immediately and shouted. In fact, Mo Wu did not need to remind them. The others could already sense the power of the sword. After all, they were all level 5 cultivators. Their perception was not bad. However, there was one thing they were not very clear about. Who was the target of the sword? However, in the next moment, Mo Sha's face turned ghastly pale. As the target, he could feel the majestic and sharp sword essence. If it landed on him, wouldn't he be cut in half? Mo Wu had fought with some powerful figures in the war with the Beast Realm. He could be considered to be good at fighting. Therefore, he had already begun to react while he was still in shock. He crossed his arms, and a dark green flame rose up, enveloping him in the blink of an eye. Since there was no way to avoid the sword, he might as well use his ability to compete. Let's see if his sword was sharper or if his ability was stronger. Although their invasion of the 4-realm alliance failed, Mo Wu did not believe that the 4-realm alliance, which had ascended from a small world less than 10 years ago, could have such a powerful figure. This was also a little bit of vanity in his heart. At the same time, he was not convinced. He wanted to fight to see who was stronger. Although Mo Wu also wanted to share some of the pressure with his fellow clansmen, he was helpless, because as soon as he moved, the sword light had already landed. The ferocious-looking flame was directly split by the sword light. In an instant, the others could not help but feel their scalps tingle. The power of the sword was actually so powerful, they were somewhat surprised. Such destructive power was truly unfathomable and unfathomable. It was even to the extent that they lamented endlessly in their hearts, feeling that this matter had completely exceeded their expectations. Things had changed so much that they had never expected to be caught unprepared by their opponents. The sword light flashed and disappeared. Mo Hao's attack was broken. The dark green flame seemed to be extinguished, and it didn't exist anymore. A thin line of blood appeared on Mo Dao's forehead, and the yin flame burning above his head became much dimmer, as if it could be extinguished at any time. Bai Jian sheathed his treasured sword and even sighed regretfully. Originally, he wanted to launch a sneak attack and kill Mo Sha with one strike. But alas, he still miscalculated. After all, his opponent was a 5th-stage cultivator. They were of the same cultivation level, so how could he be killed so easily? Xiao Yang, on the other hand, remained silent. Originally, he had thought that only the myriad beast realm had people who were not of one mind, and there was a huge gap between them. Unexpectedly, the yin flame realm also had some similarities. As long as he released some groundless rumors, they would become suspicious and even suspect each other. Just now, it was just a few words and a few glances. However, it was too early to draw a conclusion now. After all, there might be differences between these people. It was also possible that they had come unwillingly. Mo Wu, he suffered a blow from me and is on the verge of death. Why aren't you taking his head? What are you hesitating for? Bai Jian pretended to be angry. With this sentence, the rest of the people's eyes immediately fell on Mo Wu. Being stared at by those questioning eyes, Mo Wu felt very uncomfortable. In particular, his close friend Meng, whose questioning made him feel even more heartbroken. In the past, Mo Wu felt that Meng, who was half a confidant. However, he didn't expect that Meng, who didn't trust him at all on the battlefield. Meng, who was also very annoyed now. Previously, he admired Mo Wu a lot. Now that Mo Wu had stood out in the eye of the drum, his imposing manner was naturally extraordinary. However, who would have thought that it was just a disguise? So, you came here in such a hurry to welcome the new master? Meng, who looked at him coldly and questioned. Now, Mo Wu's heart was filled with unspeakable bitterness. No matter how much he said and how clear he was, it was just sophistry in the ears of these people. Moreover, the opponent was deliberately making things difficult. How could they let this matter go? At that time, it was inevitable that they would add fuel to the fire. Now, Mo Wu felt helpless in his heart. How did he end up in this situation? Brother Meng, you have to change your temper. The other party just said a few words, and you're suspecting your own people? At this time, someone stood out and said coldly. Mo Wu glanced over and felt a little relieved. Fortunately, someone could see that this was just a little trick of the other party. Meng, who only frowned slightly when he heard this. There was some truth in this. Bai Jian's face darkened. He didn't expect the other party to have a brain. He could see what was going on. Xiao Yang kept silent. Previously, Bai Jian's words were a little anxious, so the other party might see some clues. Otherwise, those people might still have a wait-and-see attitude. If Mo Wu was really a spy, it was naturally impossible for him to be exposed so quickly. There were many doubtful points in this, and even some things that didn't make sense. It just depended on which one was the truth. Princess Mingzhu felt that it was a little funny. It seemed that the yin flame realm was just SOO. 6 stage 5 mighty figures came together to stop them, but they were not united. Even a few words made them suspect each other. If they joined forces and cooperated, it would be very difficult to deal with them. But now it was much simpler. Defeating them one by one was their strength. Mo Wu didn't say a word. He tried his best to suppress the sword essence that was constantly surging in his body. At the same time, Mo Wu was shocked. He didn't expect the power of this sword to be so terrifying. They were all stage 5 cultivators, but the gap between them was so big. Let me have a taste of your skills. After a middle-aged man finished speaking, he jumped up and rushed toward the flying ship. This person could also see that if he continued to flaunt his words, he would only continue to drive a wedge between the hearts of the people. Even in the end, they would fall apart. Even in the end, they would collapse without a fight due to suspicion. Chapter 2702. Bai Jian looked over coldly and recognized the cultivator charging over at a glance. On the way to the yin flame world, Xiaoyang had told them about the appearances of all the rank 5 and rank 6 powerhouses and some of their abilities. This person was called Xianfeng, a rank 5 powerhouse of the Yin Flame world. Xianfeng was not outstanding among the rank 5 powerhouses of the Yin Flame world, but he was not to be underestimated. He had expanded his forces with his own strength. After overcoming all obstacles, he had a place in the central region. However, he was defeated in the battle with the Mo family and had no choice but to rely on the Mo family. It could be said that the Mo family controlled the central region of the Yin Flame world very well. So what if you had a rank 5 powerhouse? In the end, you still had to bow your head. Otherwise, if you wanted to develop in the central region, it would depend on whether they agreed or not. Bai Jian did not talk nonsense. He directly pulled out his sword and charged at Xianfeng. Since the other party wanted to attack, he would not be afraid or cower in the slightest. He was also very clear that this was the first battle. He needed to be decisive and defeat the other party in the most overbearing manner. Only in this way could he let them know how big the gap between their strengths was. If there was even the slightest mistake, then he would fall into a state of eternal damnation. Only by using absolutely fierce means could he make them feel fear. As long as they were afraid, he could do whatever he wanted. Xiaoyang was not in a hurry. He just watched coldly from the sidelines. These people were indeed rank 5 powerhouses, but it was difficult for them to work together. If they worked together, it would be difficult to deal with. However, once they split, they would be no different from chickens and dogs. Mo Wu did not say a word. He just watched calmly from the side. Now, Mo Wu was very clear that his purpose of coming this time was only to find out the other party's strength. It was not worth it to fight to the death and give up his life here. Moreover, the other party dared to come to the Yin Flame world to cause trouble with just 3 people. If they were not really powerful, why would they dare to do so? Of course, the other party might have other means. It would be best if he could force them out. Although he needed one person to go and take the risk to know the other party's strength. Sometimes that person did not need to be himself. Meng Hu and the others did not make a move. They wanted to see how the other party's level was in a head-on battle. As long as they had a rough idea of their strength, they could make a move. Xianfeng's hands were constantly forming seals, and the flames around his body were burning more and more fiercely. In the blink of an eye, it spread out like a walking sea of fire. It made people who saw it feel terrified. That cold and gloomy aura even hit him in the face. Fortunately, this was the boundless galaxy. Otherwise, who knew how many living beings would suffer and suffer because of this? In an instant, Xianfeng's aura seemed to have reached its peak and was unparalleled. It's all for show. No matter how much pretentiousness you put on, it's useless, Bai Jian said with a calm and collected appearance. As soon as these words came out, Meng, who was agitated, he was even a little unconvinced. Daring to say such words, he really didn't put them in his eyes. Could it be that the people in the small world were all so arrogant and condescending? No matter how powerful you are, how could you dare to underestimate them like this? Since they were all at the same level, the gap between them naturally couldn't be too great. However, in the next moment, Meng Hu's expression changed. Back off. Mo Wu roared. Sky, sword, evil slayer. Bai Jian roared and slashed down with the sword in his hand. Suddenly, countless sword essences rushed out and turned into countless flying swords, strangling the sea of fire. This sword strike also made the few powerful figures in the Yin Flame world tremble with fear. They had never thought that there would be such a fierce sword essence in the same level, which made them afraid. At this moment, Xianfeng, who was facing the battle, was blocked by his own power, so he didn't notice much of the sword essence. However, he heard the warning of his companions and still didn't take it seriously. It was as if he wouldn't turn back until he hit the wall. This was Xianfeng. He felt that since they were all at rank 5, why should he be afraid of the enemy? Whether the opponent was powerful or not, he could only know after fighting. What was the point of cowering all the time? Wasn't it a joke to want to probe the opponent's strength with words? Only by going all out and fighting with all his strength could he know the opponent's strength. If he kept trying to figure it out, everything would only exist in his imagination and it would be useless. However, in the next moment, Xian Feng's eyebrows suddenly twitched. This was because he saw that his own attack seemed to be no match for the sword momentum. The sharp sword essence penetrated the layers of flames and was in front of him in an instant. At this moment, Xian Feng was a little panicked and his heart was filled with fear. This level of sword intent was actually so unreasonable and came too suddenly. Before the sword chi arrived, cracks appeared on Xian Feng's body. The sharp sword essence arrived first and began to cut his body. Xian Feng knew that if he retreated, his injuries would only worsen. Therefore, it was better to use all his skills and fight with all his might to reduce his losses. Suddenly, the power in his body surged out crazily, trying to block the sword chi. However, Xian Feng's actions seemed to be in vain. Although his power was tyrannical, under the sharp sword chi he also showed a kind of fatigue and couldn't compete with it at all. Streams of sword chi continued to pierce through his body, leaving behind countless scars. Mo Wu was even more stunned. He didn't expect the opponent's means to be so brilliant. The domineering power was unimaginable. "Let's go!" Mo Wu made a prompt decision and shouted. As soon as his voice fell, Mo Wu turned and fled to the Yin Flame realm. From Bai Jian's slash, Mo Wu had already seen it clearly. In their current state, it was not impossible for them to fight. However, it was one thing to be able to fight. In the end, they would probably lose their lives here. They were scouts who came to investigate the situation. There was no need for them to risk their lives. However, it was rare to see a scout team consisting of 6 rank 5 almighties. Meng, who was even more stunned. This guy ran away just like that? When they received the news and discussed how to face the enemy, Mo Wu was the first to stand out. Now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, he was also the first to run away. Meng, who smiled bitterly in his heart. He felt that this was a great irony. If Mo Wu was so cowardly, why did he have to bear this burden? This was simply the biggest joke in the world. When the others saw that Mo Wu was the first to flee, they exchanged glances with each other. They didn't dare to hesitate and immediately fled into the distance. Chapter 2703. Previously, Bai Jian had severely injured Mo Luo with a single slash. Now, even Xian Feng was severely injured and his life was uncertain. Even their leader, Mo Wu, had fled. Even if they continued to fight, they would only be throwing their lives away in vain. In the end, they would not be able to escape death. Since it was impossible, why should they be stubborn? Seeing this, Meng, who could not care less about Xian Feng's life, he grabbed Mo Luo and quickly fled. Xiao Yang stopped Princess Mingzhu and told her not to chase after them when he saw the Yin Flame World's almighties flee back to the Yin Flame World. Now, the 3 of them were good at defeating the enemy one by one, but they also had to worry about being defeated by the enemy one by one. This time, only the 3 of them came to the Yin Flame World. If any of them had a problem, their overall battle strength would be greatly reduced. Moreover, they had to be careful with every step. They did not dare to be careless. As the saying went, don't chase a cornered enemy. Who could say for sure what kind of people were waiting for them in the Yin Flame World? They might have already set up an inescapable net. Even if it was an inescapable net, the 3 of them could break it. If they were left alone, it would be hard to say. There might even be a bigger change. Princess Mingzhu did not think too much and restrained her temper. When the Sea of Fire was completely broken, Xian Feng was already in a miserable state. His body was covered with sword wounds. Xian Feng's breath had become extremely weak, as if he would die in the next moment. The flame above his head was also like a candle in the wind. "It seems that your companions want to kill you together," Bai Jian said dully. Originally, Bai Jian thought that he could show off his skills and kill to his heart's content. However, He did not expect the in-flame world cultivators to be so spineless. They ran really fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Xian Feng looked back and found that his companions were long gone. He smiled bitterly with sorrow. He fought hard for the in-flame world, but he was betrayed in the end. Immediately, Xian Feng felt even more sorrow. He spat out a mouthful of old blood. His body floated down like a kite with a broken string and fell into the endless galaxy. Nothing is more sorrowful than a dead heart. This was probably the case. Xian Feng was already on the verge of death after being struck by the sword. If his companions had come to his rescue, he might have had a chance to survive. But now they had disappeared without a trace. How could he survive? Seeing Xian Feng fall like he was courting death, Bai Jian returned to the flying ship in high spirits. Bai Jian found the way these spineless fellows turned around and ran boring. No wonder the in-flame world could be bullied by the Wanshou world. With their temperament, if they met a stronger opponent, they would have been destroyed long ago, Bai Jian said disdainfully. Such a spineless style was also something that Bai Jian despised. Even if they knew that they were no match for him at times, they did not even have the courage to make a move. If they kept retreating, they would only end up on the path of death because of their cowardice. Xiao Yang smiled calmly and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Bai Jian rolled his eyes as if to say, "Are you kidding me?" There was indeed no need for such formalities between them. After eliminating the enemy, Princess Mingzhu continued to drive the flying ship towards the in-flame world. Although they only killed a rank 5 almighty in the first battle, such a harvest was already very good. Of course, the most important point was that even such a lineup of theirs had been beaten to the point of fleeing. Naturally, their reputation would soar because of this. Then the hype from before might also start to take effect because of this battle. Presumably, it would not take a few days. As long as the situation of this battle spread out, the entire in-flame world would be shaken. As long as they were more fearful, it would be easier for problems to occur internally in the in-flame world. Of course, they still needed to withstand a wave of attacks from a common enemy. Only after defeating such an attack could they make the entire in-flame world truly tremble in fear. The speed of the airship was still neither too fast nor too slow, as if everything had been calculated beforehand. Bai Jian lay on the ground. While recovering his strength, he was also thinking about how to make his sword move faster and sharper. Sometimes, when a person pondered sword intent alone, it was still a bit of a closed door. But with this sword move, he also found some problems that could be improved. Once he succeeded, his sword intent would also become sharper. Xiao Yang was still making all kinds of calculations. Mo Wu's decisive retreat was somewhat unexpected. Therefore, the advancement and changes that would occur next would probably be somewhat different from what he expected. Although it would not be too big, the result might be very different. Whether it was attacking, doubting, or retreating, he needed to think more. After all, everyone put their lives in his hands because of trust, so they naturally had to be responsible for it. Even though they had scared off the in-flame world's powerhouses today, this was only the first battle of this war. It was still difficult to predict what would happen next. Therefore, it was not a bad thing to think more. Princess Mingzhu did not think so much. She just closed her eyes and rested. They were about to enter the in-flame world. At that time, the real battle would begin. Perhaps, until the end of the war, they would rarely have a chance to rest. Is it the in-flame world who has no backbone, or those cultivators who have no backbone? Bai Jian suddenly asked. Xiao Yang frowned slightly. It's not that they have no backbone. It's just that Mo Wu saw clearly that fighting head-on would be suicide, so they want to preserve their strength. As soon as he said this, Bai Jian immediately sat up. It seems that the in-flame world is really a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. Bai Jian smiled. Since the other party knew to preserve their strength, it showed that they had brains. Sometimes, the outcome of a war could not be completely determined by strength alone. There were also many factors. It seemed that the in-flame world was still difficult to deal with. Although that's the case, the more they know how to preserve their strength, the more advantageous it is for us. Xiaoyang smiled. Bai Jian frowned slightly. He did not understand, or even did not understand. If those powerhouses of the in-flame world accumulated their strength for a long time, the more powerful their counterattack would be. Then, once they were defeated, the morale of the in-flame world would drop proportionally. At that time, the entire in-flame world would be in a state of panic. The in-flame realm would naturally be shrouded by the dark clouds if this happened again and again until it was exhausted. After a while, the flying ship also entered the in-flame world. Chapter 2704. The flying ship flew into the in-flame realm. Everywhere they looked, it was a scene of devastation and desolation, because this was the first place where the myriad beast realm invaded. After being ravaged by them, this place naturally changed greatly. Moreover, when the myriad beast realm was defeated, they even dug 3 feet into the ground to plunder, as if they were afraid of leaving behind a peak item for the in-flame realm. Although the myriad beast realm was defeated, it was almost impossible for the in-flame realm to completely restore this place in a short period of time. Moreover, it was still uncertain which faction this territory would belong to. Because of the invasion of the 4-realm alliance, this matter was temporarily put aside. Although there were some cultivators guarding the southern battlefield, they were only there for guarding and had no other purpose. For example, they wanted to take it for themselves. It could be said that because of the myriad beast realm's plundering, the south had almost dried up. If they wanted to restore this place, it would be almost impossible without decades or even centuries. This place was like a chicken rib. If it wasn't used for defense, those cultivators wouldn't be willing to guard here. After all, this place was almost equivalent to a place where birds don't shit. The spirit chi was thin, so who would be willing to come here? After the flying ship entered the in-flame realm, it continued to fly north at the same speed. Bai Jian looked at the land below the in-flame realm, and his brows couldn't help but twitch slightly. He didn't expect there to be a trace of desolation here. It made people feel more or less uncomfortable. The in-flame realm had already suffered the pain of war. In the end, when they saw an opportunity, they didn't hesitate to start a war and became in existence like the myriad beast realm. Perhaps it could be said that the in-flame realm originally had wild ambitions. It was only because they encountered existences stronger than them that they kept being beaten and didn't invade. Once they had the chance, their wild ambitions would be completely exposed. Nothing could be hidden from them. Looking at the devastation below, Bai Jian didn't have any pity in his heart, because he felt that this was the pain the in-flame realm should bear. After all, for them to be able to do such a thing, it was enough to show that they weren't good people. Princess Ming Zhu's expression was still very indifferent. She saw it very simply. Since you did it, you did it. No matter what the reason was, you should bear the corresponding consequences. Even if she might face such a situation in the future, Princess Mingzhu would not frown and accept it calmly. If he was defeated, it would only be because he was not strong enough. There was no need to blame the heavens and accuse others. At the same time, Princess Mingzhu also felt that it was very laughable. If plundering the fate and resources of other worlds could allow one to reach the peak, then their deity realm could have conquered almost all of the worlds in the 3,000 small worlds. If that was the case, then how powerful would they be? But why didn't the god realm do that? Was it because they were benevolent? Or was it because he disdained to do such a despicable act? Princess Mingzhu had also thought about this problem before. She felt that doing so was just pulling up the seedlings to help them grow. One benefit could indeed allow one to grow rapidly, but there would still be a limit. As for the 100 harms, there were many more. For example, being hated by the heavenly Tao, making enemies everywhere, and so on. In the beginning, one could taste a lot of sweetness, but behind the sweetness was a bottomless abyss. Once one fell into it, it was almost impossible to stand up again. Regarding this point, Princess Mingzhu could see clearly. Since that was the case, then she might as well not care about it and not fight for it. She would only care about her own development. Sometimes, if one thought too much and did too much, once it hurt the harmony of the heavens and people's hearts, then the final result might be the opposite of what one wanted. There was not much meaning in doing so. Perhaps it was because Princess Mingzhu was blessed with great fortune, but she really looked down on petty gains that were filled with great temptation. There was also no need for her to pay attention to it and let it continue to change. Xiaoyang looked at the mountains and rivers below with a faint smile. There was even a trace of wickedness in it, causing others to be unable to guess what he was thinking. The aura here really makes one feel uncomfortable. Bai Jian stretched his waist and said as if he was bored to death. Xiaoyang nodded his head, slightly. Every world had a different atmosphere. For example, in the myriad beast world, almost every place was filled with the smell of blood. Because of the years of killing, it caused the blood to condense and not disperse for a long time. The inflame world gave off a gloomy and cold feeling. It seemed that even here, people felt very uncomfortable. It was their first time here, so it was normal for them to feel a little uncomfortable. Do you think that we're a little unaccustomed to the environment right now? Will those spineless people ambush us? Bai Jian suddenly frowned and smiled. This was indeed a great opportunity. If a cultivator's aura was not compatible with the world's aura, or even repelled each other, then the strength they could display would naturally be greatly reduced. However, looking around, the surroundings were barren. Even if they were given the courage, they would not easily come here. The defeat in the Sea of Stars was enough to shock and terrify many people. It's hard to say, said Xiaoyang. Every world had capable people and heroes who knew where they would set up their plans. If Xiaoyang and the others had come secretly, the Inflame world's powerhouses would not be on guard at all. They would naturally be able to avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, what Xiaoyang and the others had done before was nothing more than beating drums and gongs to tell everyone in the Inflame world that they had come, and it was with great fanfare. This method was to directly defeat this world and let them know how powerful they were. Once someone was on guard and plotting, there would naturally be many variables that would be difficult for them to control. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang no longer worried about it. It was nothing more than blocking soldiers with arms and water with an earthweir. As for some of the more detailed actions, he had already begun to pay attention to them. However, if he wanted to obtain information now, because he did not have any spies, he could only use methods like the soul search technique in the end. As for how much he could obtain in the end, it would depend on his luck. In this regard, Xiaoyang could be considered to be open-minded. If he could not force it, there was no need to be too stubborn. Moreover, after much analysis, Xiaoyang also knew that this battle would probably be very difficult, but there was no chance of a complete victory. As such, no matter what the situation was, he only needed to do his best. He had already thought through the things that he should be worried about. As for the other things, only when he truly faced them would he be able to obtain a result. However, the other party's anticlimactic probing was strange that there was no follow-up. Chapter 2705. Looks like these cowards are really hesitant. Once we get used to this world, it won't be so easy for them to surround and kill us. Bai Jian sneered and said confidently. Bai Jian didn't chase after them earlier because he was aware of this, so he didn't attack rashly. However, he never thought that he would swagger into the Inflame realm like this, and the other side would be like a dead person without any reaction. This was really strange. However, this was also good. They could take advantage of this opportunity to get used to it. It wouldn't be a good thing if he really suffered a loss because he couldn't acclimatize to the environment. Princess Mingzhu shook her head helplessly and said, "Within 100 miles, there are only a few martial emperors guarding. There are only some cultivators who aren't worth mentioning." In this regard, even Princess Mingzhu began to have doubts in her heart. This was because the other side's actions were really illogical. There were too many clues in it, and they couldn't see through what was going on. It was indeed uncomfortable to keep these things bottled up in his heart. Maybe they're just creating an illusion to make us feel that we're invincible. They're attacking us because we're complacent, Bai Jian said with a smile. In Bai Jian's opinion, this was the only explanation. After all, they had shown weakness before. If they didn't want something big, then everything they did could be said to be meaningless. However, it was hard to say what the specific situation was. There were too many people involved in this. No matter what the situation was, it was possible for it to happen. This is really interesting. I just don't know what their plan is. At least there will be a lot of hard battles and schemes, Xiaoyang said helplessly. From the moment he came into contact with Mo Wu, Xiaoyang had already sensed that things were a little strange. Later on, they decisively fled, which made him even more suspicious. Moreover, from Mon and the others' divine consciousness, Xiaoyang still had a lot of understanding of the Yin Flame realm. Therefore, he was even more clear that these wolf cubs wouldn't give up just like this. As for their retreat now, they were probably just enduring and preparing for a counterattack when the time came. It could be said that this counterattack might very well decide the outcome of the battle. Thus, when it came to accumulating power, the Yin Flame world could not tolerate any mistakes. Now, Xiaoyang could only hope that the other forces would not get involved in this. If they had to fight against the entire Yin Flame realm with their current strength, it would be very strenuous. If he hadn't retrieved the mountain and river map, the three of them would have died in the Yin Flame realm once they were surrounded. So what if they were the three most outstanding people in the 3,000 small worlds? It was normal for them to be outnumbered. Bai Jian smiled faintly and said, I trust the sword in my hand, and I trust all of you. As long as one had some brains, they would naturally be able to figure out the current situation. However, Bai Jian was a sentimental person. The way he saw it, as long as their aspirations were high enough, this battle would naturally be much easier. It was just strength that could cut through metal. Princess Mingzhu, on the other hand, smiled faintly. She glanced at Xiaoyang with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. The reason they were able to come here was because of Xiaoyang's suggestion. It was also because of his help and support that they had the courage to come here, instead of waiting in their own worlds for the army to come and do nothing. As for the other plans, they were not willing to see them implemented. This matter is a big deal, but it's a small deal, Xiaoyang said with a smile. If it was a big deal, it would be a war between worlds. Once it fully erupted, both sides would suffer extremely heavy losses. If it was a small deal, it would be the matter of Xiaoyang and the other two fighting against the Yin Flame world. Why did they dare to come here? Although it was said that they had no choice in the end, it was because they had such confidence and strength that they could resolutely come here. If they did not have the strength, they would not be able to solve the problem here. In the end, they would just lose their lives for nothing. Bai Jian and Princess Mingzhu both smiled. Speaking of which, it was indeed the case. It was so simple and carefree. The stationed martial emperors have started to move. Princess Mingzhu raised her eyebrows and said. Hearing that, Bai Jian immediately stretched his body. If the other side did not make a move, he would feel somewhat uncomfortable in this gloomy place. However, if they made a move, he would feel more normal. Don't get too excited. Most of these martial emperors are only second or third rank. Their movements are very strange. It's as if they're intentionally avoiding us, Princess Mingzhu continued. Hearing that, Bai Jian's eyebrows twitched slightly. Originally, he thought that this matter was starting to get interesting. However, in the end, there were still no changes. Of course, there were no changes in front of them. However, in a battle formation, sometimes a small movement could cause countless changes. Even a small victory could lead to the victory of the entire battle. Xiaoyang also looked into the distance with interest. It had to be said that the Yin Flame world and the Wanshou world's attitudes towards their enemies were very different. Of course, their talents were also different. A nurtured place. The current Yin Flame world was very unusual. After all, they had suffered thousands of years of war. However, they could still withstand the attacks of the Wanshou world. From this, it could be seen that they were not simple. The Mo family. After Mo Wu returned with a few people who had gone to investigate, many martial emperors were very nervous. They wanted to know what was going on. For example, how strong these outsiders were. When they learned that Xian Feng had died in battle, they were even more shocked. Looking at Mo Wu, the blood on his forehead looked very small. However, his injuries were very serious. In the end, it was Meng who carried him back. As for the others, they were all unscathed. Everyone couldn't help but ponder over this. What was going on? Either they were unscathed, or they died in battle, or their lives were hanging by a thread. Such a matter was truly strange and extraordinary. However, it was not difficult to understand. Some discerning people even saw some clues. They just did not point it out. Some things could not be said out loud. From the dissatisfaction and unhappiness in Meng, whose eyes when he looked at Mo Wu, one could tell that their spying this time was very troublesome. Moreover, the relationship between them was probably divided because of the decision. Chapter 2706. Listening to Mo Wu's report, Mo Jiu was a little worried, especially when he heard that the jade-faced young man had broken Mo Wu's divine power with a single stroke of his sword and slashed Mo Wu into such a state. Mo Jiu's brows were almost knitted together. Even if it was a sneak attack from someone of the same realm, it would not be like this if it was taken by surprise. From this, Mo Jiu could also think of more details. These 3 little guys who had joined forces were indeed capable. Their strength was almost invincible among those of the same realm. If he provoked them, he was afraid that he would end up looking for trouble. Moreover, Mo Jiu had to think about another point, which was the fate of those powerful figures who had died in the battle in the beast realm. These were all details that could not be ignored. Previously, he thought that it was just a rumor, but now he had to treat it seriously. If he had any extra thoughts, he might end up harming others and himself. Although Mo Wu can still live, this stroke of the sword has hurt his foundation. His realm will inevitably fall. Mo Jiu shook his head and said helplessly, this stroke of the sword could make Mo Wu's realm fall. It was not difficult to guess how terrifying the power of the stroke of the sword was. Therefore, Mo Jiu had no choice but to think and plan even more. Since the 3 of them could create havoc in the beast realm, they must be capable. Similarly, it was not impossible for them to create havoc in the Inflame world. Mo Wu also shook his head helplessly. Seeing his fellow clansmen fall into such a state, he did not feel good. But what could he do? This matter was full of changes, and no one could be sure. At that time, Mo Wu had thought of rescuing them, but the other party had acted too quickly. If he had rashly blocked it, he would be the one lying here now. Of course, Mo Wu might not have had the chance to lie here. He would have lost his life in the Star Sea. Once Mo Wu fell, with the temperament of Meng Hu and the others, they would only fight to the death. In the end, they would naturally be buried in the endless Star Sea. It was meaningless, only that jade-faced young man attacked, and the other 2 were not exposed at all. Mo Jiu frowned slightly and said. Mo Wu also nodded helplessly. Just by Jian alone was enough to give them a headache. If the other 2 joined in, it was still hard to predict what the situation would be like. At least based on the current situation, if those 2 people were to make a move, they might not even have the chance to return. Mo Jiu shook his head helplessly. Although he had obtained some information through such probing, it was very little. The effect it could have was naturally very small. You ran away because you wanted to test his strength? Asked Meng Hu discontentedly. Mo Wu did not say a word. On the surface, he was indeed at a disadvantage, so it was meaningless to argue. Therefore, it was better to keep silent. At least, the family head understood his painstaking efforts and did not pursue this matter further. However, Meng Hu had been taking advantage of him. Looking at his friend of many years, Mo Wu also felt helpless. The other powerful figures looked at each other. At such a time, they did not dare to say anything casually. They had not seen the family head Mo in such a serious state for a long time, so they knew that things were not as simple as they had imagined. As the saying goes, a small clue reveals the whole picture. Perhaps from the wound, the Mo family head could tell how terrifying the cultivation of the person who attacked was. Moreover, the exquisiteness of the sword was even more shocking. There seemed to be no external injuries, but it had hurt the foundation. Such means were not something that ordinary people could use. If you were not so afraid of death, we might be able to find out more information. Meng Hu continued. At this time, Mo Jio waved his hand and said, Meng Hu, it is right to leave quickly. If one person and one sword can do this, the other two are naturally not bad. If you had really fallen into the trap, I am afraid there would not be any news coming back. As soon as he said this, Meng Hu was shocked. If Mo Wu had said this, he naturally would not have believed it. However, now that the family head Mo had said so, his words were very persuasive. Even so, because they had not fought head-on, Meng Hu still found it difficult to calm down. After repelling the Wanshou realm, they were in high spirits. However, it had only lasted for a short while before new trouble came knocking on their door. This made it difficult for him to accept. However, this was the truth. It was in front of him, so he had no choice but to accept it. Everyone, I am afraid that the strength of these three people is on par with a rank 6. They are not easy to deal with. Mo Jiu smiled bitterly. Of course, Mo Jiu felt that his statement was still a little conservative, because he had received a new piece of news, which was that Xing Tian of the Xian dragon tribe had been defeated. In a one-on-one fight, he had lost to Xiaoyang. This was enough to show the seriousness of the situation. Whether we fight or make peace, there has to be an explanation. Mo Jiu said, helplessly. The mighty figures looked at each other in dismay. If he could even say such words, then it was self-evident how terrible the current situation was. Were the strength of the three people really so terrifying? Thinking of this, some of them felt a little scared. It seemed that this time not only did the Inflame world not get any benefits, but they had also brought a big trouble to themselves. This was really difficult. Seeing that everyone was silent, Mo Jiu was helpless. When they were dividing the things, everyone was discussing enthusiastically, afraid that they would take something less. However, until now, all of them were silent, as if they were afraid that this disaster would fall on their heads. Although the three of them are strong, there are only 3 people at the end of the day. If we plan well, it is not impossible for us to fight, Mo Wu said. Hearing this, Mo Jiu's eyes were a little more gratified. This little guy could still share his worries. From the very beginning, he had gone to test the waters. Until now, he still had suggestions. Sometimes, gathering people's hearts was still a technical job, which was quite important. Meng, who snorted coldly, thinking of what had happened before, he more or less felt disgusted in his heart. At the end of the day, this guy was just a roundworm in the family head Mo's stomach. Soon after, everyone began to chime in one after another and began to voice their own opinions. Since Mo Wu's words were approved by the family head Mo, as long as they followed this direction, there would naturally be no mistakes. Sometimes, just by looking at one's expression, one could see the attitude of this almighty being who could summon wind and rain. Chapter 2707. The news that Mo Wu led his men to fight the enemy outside the Inflame realm, but in the end they returned with their tails between their legs, began to spread in the Inflame realm in the shortest time possible. There were many different versions of the story. Of course, the rumors that King Zhao had spread before were just rumors. But as this matter continued to ferment, it was inevitable that people would feel that it was true. When some of the so-called rumors began to be confirmed, the power was very terrifying. Some people who were good at worrying over nothing and were very timid had already fallen into panic. They even became the party that spread the rumors, saying that the Inflame realm was about to face a great disaster. As for what the reason was, everyone was well aware of it. Therefore, this group of people targeted the MO family's forces. If they hadn't been actively mobilizing troops to invade, then this kind of thing naturally wouldn't have happened. Moreover, they had agreed to form alliances before, but now they had turned against each other. This made them very unhappy in their hearts. If it was a flourishing age, everyone would be willing to rely on the MO family because it was profitable. But once the situation changed, these fence-sitters would change their camp as quickly as possible. Some people who were originally quite resolute would inevitably waver after listening to the chatter of these fence-sitters. They began to become paranoid. However, it was fortunate that the speed at which it spread was relatively slow. Otherwise, the entire Enflame realm would have fallen into such rumors and slanders. Perhaps the final result would be even worse. This kind of situation was naturally difficult to explain in a few words. There were too many possibilities. Some people who wanted to curry favor naturally wouldn't miss this great opportunity. As the saying goes, fish in troubled waters. If the water couldn't be muddied, then naturally there would be no fish to fish. Therefore, some people began to make small moves, hoping to gain some benefits in this chaos. In the eyes of these people, they felt that what they wanted was very small, and the impact on the overall situation was naturally minimal. But they didn't consider another point. That was, if there were many people doing this, then this would be a very considerable force that couldn't be ignored. Due to time constraints, the impact wasn't too great, especially in places close to the core. Even if those fellows wanted to cause trouble, they had to restrain themselves. If they were targeted by the MO family, it went without saying what would happen to them. Sometimes there was a price to pay for being too excited. In fact, even the slightest action might bring him a huge disaster. The airship was still moving forward slowly in the air like a war chariot. It had an unstoppable momentum and only cared about pushing forward. Along the way, Xiaoyang and the others were very steady and proper. There were no disturbances. Perhaps it was because they were still in the battlefield from before, but there were almost no obstructions at all. Even some of the martial emperors who were originally stationed in the southern battlefield began to deliberately avoid them. If they found that the airship's route was also within their monitoring range, they would immediately avoid it. They didn't dare to probe at all, because they knew very well that even Mo Wu, Meng Hu, and other powerful figures went aggressively and finally returned with their tails between their legs. It could be seen how terrifying the strength of these people was. If they rashly went forward to offend them, they would probably end up badly. There was no need to throw away one's life for no reason. The higher the realm, the easier it was to cherish one's life. Sometimes bloody battles were fought because one was confident or because one had no choice but to fight. As for the battles that could be avoided, it was better to stay as far away as possible. It was not worth losing one's life for no reason. There was no point in doing so. During this period, there was also a third-level martial emperor cultivator who didn't believe in heresy and insisted on testing the strength of the 3 people on the airship. That guy was also a cunning old man. He attacked from a distance and even made some arrangements. He even hid himself to ensure his own safety. But the cultivator didn't expect that when his arrangement came into effect, his death would also come. When Bai Jian sensed something, he directly slashed out with his sword and directly killed the insidious cultivator 100 miles away. As such, as the news spread, many people began to restrain their thoughts. If he wanted to plot against them, it would be unreliable, because if they did so, they would only end up losing their lives in the end. No matter how much you could hide, you would still leave some aura behind. The other party could easily find you just by relying on that mysterious connection. Unless you ran to the ends of the earth, you would probably never be able to escape from the opponent's sword. Since then, those cultivators on the southern battlefield began to calm down and didn't dare to have the slightest intention of testing the airship. With the previous example, it was better to be honest in the face of a force that couldn't compete with them. There was no need to give up their lives in the end. However, these guys were still cautious. They just watched from afar and didn't make a move. They also understood that as long as they didn't cause trouble, the airship wouldn't take the initiative to kill them. With this convenience, they also had some courage to investigate. They wanted to know the speed of the airship and where it was before they could send the information back. However, after these information were sent back, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. There was no follow-up. Bai Jian sat on the railing and looked down indifferently. He felt very irritated in his heart. After entering the Flame realm, there was only one reckless guy who made a move, which made him feel very helpless. Since then, there were no more stupid people who courted death. Originally, he thought that after entering the Flame realm, they would face layers of pursuit and interception, and they would kill their way out. However, the other party's current appearance was truly unexpected. That wasn't all, but all of them seemed to be terrified. This was what was more worrying. Not being able to take the initiative to kill made him feel very helpless. And the longer the other party endured, the more he felt that the current situation was very treacherous. If the other party wasn't plotting something, then the current calmness really didn't have much meaning. Chapter 2708. Now, Bai Jian was also very curious. The Flame world was so low-key and could even avoid their sharpness. Then, how terrifying would their plan be? At least, there was a relatively strong anger in Bai Jian's heart. If the other party's plan was disappointing, it would not be good. Xiao Yang was still acting as if it had nothing to do with him. When he was bored, he would even take out a chair and lie on it, slowly swaying back and forth. He looked like he was enjoying it, but in fact he was thinking about these things. Although on the way here they had already discussed many details of this punitive expedition to the Flame world, they didn't know what to do. However, sometimes it was not wrong to think more. After all, the more he thought about it, the higher his chances of winning would be. If there were any unexpected situations, they could also respond at the first moment and even leave themselves more ways of retreat. Although it was not Xiao Yang's style to seek a way of retreat before the battle officially started. But now he was no longer the same as before. He also needed to be responsible, so he had to do certain things to the extreme. The division of labor between the three of them was very clear. If there were no big disturbances, Bai Jian would take action and deal with these small fries. Then, what Princess Mingzhu needed to do was to steadily steer the airship and observe the movements within 100 miles. If there were any emergency situations, she would need to be on guard. Originally, Xiao Yang wanted to do this himself. Among the three of them, his consciousness was the strongest. However, Princess Mingzhu said that she had been cultivating a technique recently, and it just so happened that it complemented each other. It could be considered as training, so she did it. 3 days later, the airship left the southern battlefield. After passing through the land once occupied by the Beast Realm, they could see some vitality. It seemed that these beasts of the Beast Realm were really like that. Because it was not their land, they could plunder as much as they wanted. Even if the land became lifeless, they did not care. In these 3 days, they had also completely adapted to the water and soil of the Flame world. Although there were still some difficulties in absorbing spirit qi, this could not be changed. The spirit qi of the Flame world carried a trace of cold flame. It was not an easy task to completely refine it. Therefore, it was inevitable that it would take a little more effort. Fortunately, they had prepared a lot of medicinal pills for this trip. Therefore, even if it was difficult to refine the spiritual energy of this world to replenish themselves, it was fine. They could just use medicinal pills. However, there was still a problem. There was a problem with the compatibility with this world. It was quite difficult to achieve the same level of power as the world. The power of a martial emperor lay in the fact that they could achieve the same level of power as the heavens and the earth. If they were unable to do so, the power of some techniques would be greatly reduced. This was something that couldn't be helped. If it wasn't easy to adapt, then this was the only way. However, Xiao Yang and Princess Mingzhu were both trying to communicate with and harmonize with this world. Among them, Bai Jian was the most indifferent. That was because what he pursued was not the power of the heavens and the earth, but the unity of man and sword. In other words, the sword in his hand was heaven and earth. If the heaven and earth here were not willing to submit to him, then he could use the sword in his hand to open up a new heaven and earth. At least in Bai Jian's opinion, this was not a problem. These guys really can hold it in. They still don't dare to show themselves after such a long time. Bai Jian smiled bitterly. Over the past few days, Bai Jian had only used a sword once, so he felt extremely displeased. Moreover, the feeling of not knowing what to do was the most uncomfortable. Xiao Yang shook his head and said, "What's the rush? There'll be more for you to fight later. When the time comes, you'll probably be exhausted to death." Not a single expert had made a move over the past few days, which was enough to explain many problems. It was likely that the Yin Flame world was purposefully gathering their strength in an attempt to kill the three of them. As the various experts had not arrived yet, they were not in a hurry to make a move. Xiao Yang was still able to understand the twists and turns of the situation. As a matter of fact, he had even made some calculations and found that if he wanted to kill his way out without paying a price, it was basically impossible. But even though he knew the degree of danger of this matter, Xiao Yang had no choice but to do so. Since they wanted to use their power to suppress the spirit of this world and make them obedient, they had to display such power. If they softened up a little somewhere, it would probably only make those guys feel that they were weak and easy to bully. Such a thing, no matter how one looked at it, was not worth it. Hence, they had to crush with absolute strength. In that case, they'd better come one by one to court death. Bai Jian smiled helplessly and said with a shrug. Xiao Yang also just cracked a smile, clearly somewhat helpless about Bai Jian's current attitude. Actually, speaking of which, among the three of them, the one with the greatest lethality was still Bai Jian. No matter how many powerhouses came, he would not be afraid in the slightest and could also wrestle with them. Xiao Yang sucked in a deep breath and said, "You're still afraid of this?" Bai Jian just smiled when he heard that and did not take it to heart. This was because, in his opinion, it was just a small matter. It did not matter how many people came. As long as he had a sword in his hand, it was enough. Suddenly, Bai Jian unsheathed the sword in his hand, and rays of sword light attacked behind him. In the blink of an eye, Bai Jian kept his sword. When the sword was sheathed, 2 cultivators at the back of the flying ship directly fell down. The 2 of them were not weak either, as they were both rank for cultivators. They had heard the rumors and wanted to see how powerful these 3 extremely arrogant people were. In the end, just as they showed signs of attacking, they were discovered by Bai Jian and directly killed. The 2 of them did not expect the opponent's sword to be so sharp, taking their lives with just a raise of the hand. There are really people who are not afraid of death. Bai Jian clapped his hands and said, he did not look at the falling bodies. "Why don't we put up a banner of blood for blood? This way, won't our flying ship look more imposing?" Bai Jian suddenly looked down and said with a smile, although they had already asked King Zhao to come and lay the groundwork, they still felt that it was not enough. This was because there would always be some people who did not understand, but if they put up a big banner, it would be different. These 4 simple words were enough to make this matter clear and clear. Xiao Yang smiled and nodded when he heard that. "I have no objections to this matter." "Then I'll do that," Bai Jian said with a smile, looking as if he did not mind the matter. Chapter 2709. I won't stop you if you want to put up the flag, but don't hang it on my flying ship. You can take it and lead the way. Princess Mingzhu glared at Bai Jian and said with some dissatisfaction. As soon as these words came out, Bai Jian was stunned for a moment. Was this considered singing a tune? As such, it really made people feel a little confused. Why? Bai Jian felt a little baffled and asked bitterly, "It's too degrading." Princess Mingzhu said, in Princess Mingzhu's opinion, if this exquisite flying ship of hers had a blood debt must be paid in blood, written in large scarlet characters, it really was a huge eyesore. Bai Jian was still a little confused. but seeing Princess Mingju's displeased expression, he didn't dare to ask for trouble. This great idea could only be abandoned in the end and didn't dare to continue mentioning it. As a result, Bai Jian felt even more uncomfortable in his heart. He felt that this was completely different. The more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable he felt in his heart. But no matter how uncomfortable he was, there was nothing he could do. After all, he couldn't win in a fight or an argument, so he could only suppress it in his heart. Such days, no matter how one looked at it, made people feel extremely helpless and unable to continue living. Princess Mingzhu didn't care about what Bai Jian was doing now, because in her eyes it was all a little useless. After all, it was just a small matter, and no one would take it to heart. The Mo family force is really calm. Could they be waiting for the Fire Assemble Alliance to send reinforcements? Or to rope in the Western forces? Princess Mingzhu asked with some worry. This was also a matter she was more worried about. It might be a little difficult for them to deal with the Mo family force. If the Fire Assemble Alliance and the Western Major Force also joined in, then their chances of success would be reduced to the lowest. Of course, their trip was originally an enemy of the entire Flame realm and a declaration of war against them. But if they could defeat them one by one, it would naturally be the best thing. If they joined forces, then there was no reason to retreat. So no matter how one thought about it, this matter was considered to be expected. But in different situations, there would naturally be different plans and directions to deal with it. However, the only good news they knew now was that the Almighty of the Fire Assemble Alliance had already gone into seclusion to break through to the next realm, so the possibility of that person coming was very small. Of course, there was another reason why the Mo family did not take the initiative to fight. They were waiting for the person from the Assemble Fire Union to come out. As for the force in the West, it was very likely that they would just watch from the sidelines. Of course, this was the best-case scenario. If the Mo family could persuade him, it was not impossible. So what? We'll just kill as many as they come. It would be best to kill them all. At that time, we can support a puppet to control the Flame world. Wouldn't that be perfect? Bai Jian said indifferently. Xiaoyang smiled but did not say anything. If he wanted to support a puppet, he had a few candidates in mind. However, the amount of energy and time required to do so was very long. There was not much point in doing so, and it would waste a lot of his time. Therefore, sometimes it was best to be simpler. At the very least, it would depend on whether the one from the West would join the battle in this war. If they chose to stand by and watch, it was enough to explain a lot of problems. When the time came, they could use coercion and carrot to reduce some of the trouble. However, these were all things that would happen later. There was a prototype and a small part of the details. However, whether it could be implemented or not still depended on how big of a commotion the battle between them and the Mo family could cause, and whether it could be finalized. These all needed to be judged according to the current situation. It was impossible to decide on it while talking and laughing. Brother Bai Jian, you have such a powerful aura. If you had known earlier, you would have come here alone. Why would we have to come with you? Princess Mingzhu said. The sarcasm in her words was very obvious. Immediately, Bai Jian was speechless and did not say anything. At the same time, he looked at Princess Mingzhu strangely. There seemed to be something wrong with this girl. In the past, Princess Mingzhu was very dignified. Why did she become so strange now? Could it be that this girl learned some bad habits from Xiaoyang? All of a sudden, Bai Jian seemed to have thought of something and looked at Xiaoyang with a very strange expression. Feeling this strange gaze, Xiaoyang felt a chill on his back and subconsciously took a few steps back. Guilty conscience, Bai Jian thought. Bai Jian thought to himself. He felt that something must have happened, but no one knew about it. Afterwards, Bai Jian acted like he knew, but he would not point it out. It was thought-provoking. Xiaoyang had nothing to say. He turned his head away and continued to think about his own matters, ignoring Bai Jian. Princess Mingzhu continued to cultivate her technique as she monitored the surroundings. The flying ship swaggered through the Flame realm, and its provocative intent was fully revealed. However, the Flame world was not without anger. Even though the Mo family continued to endure and restrain themselves, there were still a few cultivators who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, or who wanted to make a name for themselves. They became restless and began to provoke them. As long as they made a move, the final outcome would be obvious. They would be killed by Jian in a single strike. Although these people were all martial emperors, their cultivation was indeed much lower than Jian's. As a result, it was impossible for them to stand up to him. If they made a move, it would be no different from seeking their own deaths. After the deaths of many martial emperors, many factions went to the Mo family to complain, begging them to take action. However, in the end, although the Mo family promised to kill the 3 outsiders, they did not make a move. In the first few days, there were still a few martial emperors who dared to step forward. However, as more and more died, their reputation spread far and wide. Naturally, it formed a deterrent force. As a result, those who were ready to make a move did not dare to think too much. No matter how sullen they felt, they could only endure it in their hearts and not act out. Even the Mo family was restraining themselves. Small factions like them would only be sending themselves to their deaths if they went. No matter how much grief they felt, they could only hide it in their hearts. In the past, they had been oppressed by the Wanshou realm. Now that the 4-realm alliance had come to seek revenge, they did not dare to fight. This made many cultivators of the Flame world feel even more sullen. Speaking of which, what was going on? The more they looked at it, the more sullen and resentful they felt. Suddenly, Princess Mingzhu opened her eyes and said, 2 5th-rank cultivators. Chapter 2710. Bai Jian could not help but feel energized. Ever since he entered the Flame realm, he only needed 1 sword strike to kill his enemies. He did not even need to use his full strength. This made him feel very helpless. It was completely different from what he had imagined. This kind of menial task made Bai Jian feel a little gloomy. But now that there were 2 rank 5 almighties, this made Bai Jian feel a little more spirited. It was more interesting to fight with people of the same realm. If he kept playing with martial emperors of lower realms, it would really make him feel sleepy and very uncomfortable. Since the other party dared to come, Bai Jian did not mind playing with them. He just did not know if the 2 almighties of the same realm would dare to make a move. Soon, Bai Jian also sensed the auras of the 2 almighties. The extremely strong battle intent made him very satisfied. With such a strong battle intent, there were definitely enemies and not friends. Then, Bai Jian also rushed forward. With his sword in hand, he looked insufferably arrogant. Bai Jian, who had not exercised for a long time, was naturally looking forward to facing 2 almighties of the same realm. He also hoped that the ability of these 2 people would not disappoint him. Bai Jian wanted to play, but the sword in his hand was also incomparably sharp. When the 2 almighties saw a white-robed almighties charging over, they immediately stopped in their tracks. They looked at each other and knew that this was Bai Jian. Bai Jian stopped when he was 10 feet away from the 2 of them. He also carefully sized up the other party. At this moment, Bai Jian's mind was spinning rapidly. He began to think about what kind of method he should use to easily kill the other party without wasting his time. Bai Jian's way of playing was different from others. In his opinion, the most desperate resistance of the enemy was to have fun. However, he would definitely not show any mercy. If you could not block it, it would be your business. He would also feel a little disappointed. That was all. In the face of a great enemy, Bai Jian was still relatively calm. He did not have too many unrealistic thoughts. I didn't expect it to be a cultivator from the Western forces, Xiaoyang said as he raised his eyelids, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Originally, Xiaoyang thought that if the person from the Western forces did not interfere, there would still be a chance for this matter to turn around. However, since the Western almighties had taken the initiative to stop the calamity, it meant that they were very likely to join forces. It would not be easy to deal with them. Princess Mingzhu only smiled and said, "Isn't this expected?" Xiaoyang could only smile helplessly. This was indeed the result he had expected, but it was not the most perfect direction. But then again, how could there be so many things that went according to one's wishes? Some were just fighting with their own strength. Since the situation wasn't as good as he had expected, he could only try another method. The strength of these two people is not bad. Should we help them? If we let Bai Jian deal with them alone, I'm afraid that it will take some effort. As Princess Mingzhu spoke, her voice became much softer. Xiaoyang waved his hand and said he can handle it. We just need to watch. Since they wanted to use Bai Jian as the vanguard to make the in-flame world's people tremble in fear, they naturally could not casually interfere. Moreover, if the almighty figures of the in-flame world knew that any one of them could kill two experts of the same level, that would be the most heartbreaking thing. Sometimes it was more important to strike at the heart than to kill someone. Once a person was scared to the point of being terrified, they would restrain themselves. When Princess Mingzhu heard that, since it was decided, she naturally had no intention of interfering. However, it seemed to be a good idea to let these two people sharpen Bai Jian's sword Dao. Who knew how long these two whetstones could be used? Who knew they might shatter in a few hits? Bai Jian looked at the two coldly. Now his entire person was like an unsheathed sharp sword, sharp and threatening. These two were the twin stars of the Sun family of the Western faction. They were also twins, and their cooperation was even more intimate. At the same time, Bai Jian was also thinking about how to deal with these two brothers. The eldest brother, Sun Wuqi, and the younger brother, Sun Wenhe. Their respective strengths could complement each other. They seemed to have been inseparable since they were young. How dare you swagger into my in-flame world? Sun Wenhe said angrily. As soon as he said that, Bai Jian immediately laughed out loud. He felt that the many cultivators of the in-flame world really liked to tell jokes. Did they not know why the three of them had come to the in-flame world? Speaking of which, was it their fault? Seeing Bai Jian laugh out loud, the anger in Sun Wuqi's heart rose. He could not wait to kill Bai Jian directly. Such behavior was too much. Bai Jian looked at the fire burning above Sun Wuqi's head and frowned. At this moment, his entire aura became very different. I have never seen such shameless people like you. You two brothers participated in the invasion of our four-realm alliance. If you leave now, we will let bygones be bygones. If you continue to block our way, only death awaits you. Bai Jian said coldly. As soon as he said that, Sun Wuqi's aura exploded at this moment. This person's words showed that he did not put the two brothers in his eyes at all. How could he continue to tolerate this? It was just a battle to the death. What was there to fear? If you leave now, we brothers can still be merciful and let you go. Sun Wenhe said angrily. Hearing this, Bai Jian could only smile bitterly and shake his head. Since you are willing to risk your lives to test the edge of my sword, I will grant you your wish. Bai Jian smiled helplessly. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword slowly came out of the sheath. However, the sword qi contained in the sword rushed out at an extremely fast speed towards the brothers. In an instant, Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenhe's expressions changed greatly. They never thought that this person's sword essence would be so sharp and terrifying. Just being unsheathed already had such power. If he slashed with his full strength, how powerful would it be? Sun Wuqi stood at the front and pushed out his hands. Immediately, waves of energy surged and blocked the sword qi. However, it was very strenuous for him to block it. Sun Wuqi turned his head to look, and Sun Wenhe nodded, understanding tacitly with just a glance. Their cooperation was so simple, not to mention the look in their eyes. Even a small action might be enough for them to understand what each other was trying to figure out. This was the advantage of being twins. They understood each other very well. Naturally, their cooperation was also very close. The two brothers knew that they had to work together to get rid of this trouble first. Even I am angry. What right do you have to be angry? Bai Jian said and slashed down with his sword. Chapter 27:11. When the sword fell, the sword light was extremely dazzling, as if it was unparalleled. The sharpness of the sword aura was unleashed. Even the surrounding space started to crack under the might of the sword aura. The sword aura was like thunder surging with the power of heaven, giving people a feeling that it was inviolable. At this moment, the Sun brothers complained incessantly, but they were more shocked. They had never fought with a sword cultivator before, but the power they felt now made them fearful. How could a sword cultivator's methods be so brilliant and domineering that they could not even raise their heads? Sun Wuqi growled and continued to stand at the front. His hands were constantly forming seals, and flames intertwined at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it became an indestructible wall. The dark green flames were suffused with a strange light, and there seemed to be something hidden within. However, Bai Jian did not seem to be interested in looking at it. He swung his sword again and again. Crack! The wall formed by the flames was like a piece of paper, and cracks kept appearing under the sword aura. Sun Wuqi was even more shocked. They were at the same level, but the power they displayed could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. Sun Wenha could also see that his opponent was strong, and he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately clasped his hands together, and a flame fell from the sky, directly blasting towards Bai Jian. The dark green flames looked very strange, and there were even layers of frost where it passed. One person defended and the other attacked. Bai Jian only sneered, and the white sword in his hand suddenly left, and with countless sword auras it soared into the sky. If this is all you Sun brothers have, then think about how to make arrangements for your funeral, Bai Jian said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, countless sword auras suddenly appeared behind Bai Jian. The sword rushed up and blocked the flame falling from the sky, and it could not fall any further. It even looked like it was being forced back. Sun Wenha was even more shocked. This method was indeed powerful. Do you think you have a chance? Since I am a sword cultivator, how can I only bring one sword? Bai Jian said with a smile. In the next moment, Bai Jian waved his sleeve and two swords appeared. He held one sword in each hand. Kill! Sun Wenha said angrily. Sun Wuqi also roared, shattering the sword chi, and his body began to rapidly expand. However, he wasn't able to shatter all of the sword chi. Many of the sword chi that slipped through the net directly passed through his body. Sun Wuqi was not an ordinary person either. He did not even grunt or frown as he began to use his own technique. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wuqi had transformed into a gigantic flaming giant. Sun Wenha's hands were constantly supporting Sun Wuqi. Flames were constantly being released from his body, wrapping around Sun Wuqi like vines. Both of them were cultivators of the fifth step. If they wanted to fight head-on, it wasn't impossible. How could cultivators of the same realm be defeated so easily? Interesting. Bai Jian sneered. As he said that, the swords in Bai Jian's hands began to hum as well. It was as if they had become rather excited after encountering such an opponent. The blood of a fifth-order cultivator was still worth drinking. It seems that Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenha also know how powerful Bai Jian is, so they used their ultimate technique right from the start. Xiao Yang shook his head helplessly. If they were to defeat them one by one, then Bai Jian was still very confident. However, Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenha had used such a technique right from the start. It was almost impossible to end the battle quickly. It was even impossible to achieve. With that thought in mind, Xiao Yang had no intention of helping. When Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenha used such a technique, their combined strength was indeed close to that of a sixth-order powerhouse. However, they were not genuine sixth-order powerhouses. It was a bit wishful thinking to want to take down Bai Jian just like that. The flames above Bai Jian's head were scattered by the swords, but the situation became even more tense because of this. A great battle seemed to have been planned for a long time and could erupt at any time. The tension in the air was at its peak. Bai Jian did not seem to notice anything. He still looked very relaxed, as if he did not take it to heart. That feeling of contempt made Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenha even more uncomfortable. This guy was really too arrogant. This kind of behavior was extremely overboard. "We'll show you how powerful we are," Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenha said in unison. Now that they had almost completed their techniques, Sun Wuqi became like a mountain. The flames wrapped around his body looked like an indestructible wrought tin armor. Then Sun Wuqi threw a punch. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force surged out. It was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. Its power was unstoppable. With the technique as a medium, Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenha's power was almost shared. That was why he was able to throw out such a powerful punch. After the force was a ball of flames. There was no collision, but there was already a rumbling sound. It was obviously the sound of an explosion caused by the force breaking through space. After feeling such a domineering force, Bai Jian also felt an extremely powerful pressure. It was as if he could not breathe. However, Bai Jian's expression did not change at all. It was as if everything was normal in his eyes. In the next moment, the two treasured swords in his hands flew out, one in front and one behind. The two treasured swords did not emit any sword qi. They looked as if they were casually thrown out by a child. However, Sun Wuqi did not underestimate them. He knew that since this person was so confident, there must be a reason for it. In the next moment, Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenha were both dumbfounded. They saw the first treasured sword directly break through the energy. Everything looked so inconceivable. The main thing was that the gap between them was too big. The second treasured sword pierced into the flames. It paused for a moment before it completely destroyed the Yin flames. However, Bai Jian shook his head in dissatisfaction and said, "This flame is indeed powerful. It can even burn a spiritual weapon." However, Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenha were even more shocked. They did not expect that their combined attack would be completely destroyed by the two swords. At that moment, the way they looked at Bai Jian changed again. This person's arrogance was not without reason. With such strength, he was almost invincible in the same realm. That was why he had the confidence to be so arrogant. However, Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenha knew that if they could kill this person, then this joke would naturally be over easily. The two brothers would also soar because of this and catch up to the other three. Chapter 27:12. Is there really no problem? You don't need our help? Princess Mingzhu glanced to the side and asked worriedly. Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenha's methods were truly strange, making it difficult for others to see through them. It was not that Bai Jian was unable to contend against them with his abilities, but their methods were just too strange, making them difficult to deal with. If he made the slightest mistake, he would probably fall for it and even pay a terrible price. That was not impossible. As a result, he needed to think thrice before acting. He could not be careless. Xiao Yang shook his head with a smile. If it were you, would you be able to take them down by yourself? Princess Mingzhu nodded without any hesitation. The two of them were indeed powerful, but that did not mean anything. Extremely brutal methods were enough to defeat them. Although they could not crush them directly, they could use a blunt knife to cut their flesh and slowly walk down the path of destruction. Since you don't think there'll be any problems, why do you think Bai Jian won't be able to take them down? Xiao Yang said with a smile. Right now, Xiao Yang did not seem to be in the position to speak. He spoke with a smile, as if the matter did not concern him at all. Princess Mingzhu also sighed silently. She naturally believed in Bai Jian's strength. However, the matter at hand was not something that could be settled with just a few words. If an accident happened and Bai Jian was injured, his subsequent actions would probably be affected. On the other hand, Xiaoyang could clearly see that because the two brothers were twins, they were extremely compatible with the vertical integration technique and had almost reached the perfect realm. It was basically impossible for them to break it apart. It could be said that Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenhe's strength was basically at the bottom of Class 5 experts in the Yin Flame world. However, if they worked together, there would probably be very few people who could rival them in the entire Yin Flame world. The two of them seemed to understand this as well, which was why they had always been inseparable. It would not be easy for some people to deal with them. However, Bai Jian was no ordinary person. His sword was extremely sharp, so sharp that it was unreasonable. Don't play around. You'll only regret it if you're heavily injured and can't attack as you please, Xiaoyang said. Hearing his companion's words, Bai Jian nodded slightly, indicating that he understood. In Bai Jian's opinion, the Sun brothers' technique was indeed very interesting. For a short while, Bai Jian could not think of any solution, but he was not in the mood to think about it. As long as his sword was sharp enough, it would be enough. After that, Bai Jian waved his hand and a few more treasured swords appeared out of thin air. This time, Bai Jian came to the Yin Flame world with 3,000 swords. Although most of them were only at the heaven rank, if 3,000 swords were to be unleashed at the same time, that might was still something that could not be ignored. However, Bai Jian did not think that he needed to use all his swords to deal with the two people in front of him. He only needed a few spiritual weapons. Prepare to die, Bai Jian bellowed and immediately dashed forward rapidly. Several flying swords rushed forward at the same time and circled around the white sword. They looked like they were unstoppable. Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenhe turned pale with fright when they sensed the aura emanating from the spiritual swords. The sword and sword chi had yet to arrive, but that sharp feeling made them feel as if they were being pricked by needles. They were not used to it and felt uncomfortable. Big brother, be careful. This kid's cultivation is not shallow, Sun Wenhe said loudly. In fact, Sun Wenhe did not need to remind him. Sun Wuqi could already feel it. Moreover, he was the one being targeted, so he naturally knew how great the pressure was. However, Sun Wuqi was not afraid at all. Because he had his younger brother's power, he was somewhat fearless. No matter how strong one's strength was, it was impossible to compare to the combined strength of two people. Sun Wuqi kept throwing out punches. Suddenly, the chi that was enough to smash a mountain to dust rushed out at an extremely fast speed. It seemed that Sun Wuqi wanted to use the simple and violent method to directly smash the jade-faced youth into pieces. Sun Wenhe was not idle either. His hands kept forming seals and began to find and fix the flaws in his elder brother's attack. He wanted to block all of Bai Jian's paths of retreat and advance, making it difficult for him to advance or retreat. In the end, he could only be trapped in the middle and die under the endless bombardment. Looking at the chi forces that were constantly bombarding him and the strange Yin flames that kept appearing in the surroundings, Bai Jian was unmoved and continued to charge forward. At the same time, the few spiritual swords around him became more agile. Like swallows, they weaved and flew around very easily. Xiaoyang shook his head with a smile and said softly, "The outcome has been decided." If Sun Wuqi and Sun Wenhe were a little more careful, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain. However, the two of them did not believe in heresy and insisted on competing head-on with Bai Jian. In that case, they would be courting death. What Bai Jian was least afraid of was fighting head-on with his opponent. Both of them had something to rely on. In that case, it would depend on who was more capable to win this battle. Both of them had an inexplicable confidence because they had brought out their trump cards. However, their mentality was very different. In addition, there was a difference in the techniques that they practiced. As such, it was destined that their endings would be different. Sometimes the best results could not be obtained by using the most powerful means. This was because life and death countered each other. This was unavoidable. Moreover, Bai Jian's sword had always been so unreasonable. Suddenly, after a few weaves, Bai Jian and Jian charged forward in an inconceivable trajectory and almost dodged all the Qi force attacks. At this moment, Sun Wuqi's eyes were wide open as he watched in disbelief. How could there be such a possibility? As for the Qi forces and Yin flames that could not be avoided, they would be destroyed by the flying swords. Instantly, Sun Wenhao was even more shocked. He had never thought that such a situation would occur. This person's movement technique was also very brilliant. Moreover, the level of his swordsmanship was unheard of. In the blink of an eye, a flying sword arrived first and directly pierced through Sun Wuqi's huge body. Immediately, Sun Wuqi frowned, but soon after, his frown became even more severe as pain continuously appeared on his face. The few flying swords all arrived and rapidly pierced through his body. With a huge body, the target would naturally be huge as well. Bai Jian arrived as well, and the sword in his hand fell at the same time. Instantly, a sharp sword aura shot straight towards Sun Wenhao like a flood or a ferocious beast. Sun Wenhao, who was standing on Sun Wuqi's shoulder, was even more stunned. This person was so unreasonable. Sun Wuqi wanted to protect his brother, but his huge palm was useless as it was directly pierced through by the domineering sword aura. Chapter 27:13. The feeling of powerlessness made Sun Wuqi feel extremely uncomfortable, and he was about to collapse. With the support of the secret technique, Sun Wuqi's body was as hard as steel, and even the Yin flames could not burn him into ashes. However, he was pierced by the sword. How could he accept this? This sword was just that domineering and unreasonable. The sword principle that Bai Jian cultivated was so sharp that it was indestructible. In the same realm, even if Xiaoyang used his will to protect his body, he would not dare to take Bai Jian's sword head-on and could only choose to dodge. Bai Jian's sword was the sharpest. No matter how tough one's body was, it would appear very fragile in front of his sword principle. Furthermore, in the world of beasts, there were too many people who did not know Bai Jian's methods and cultivation. That was why they had fallen for his trick and ended up dying with hatred. If they knew Bai Jian's foundation and depth, they would not have the courage to take him head-on. In the blink of an eye, Sun Wenhao's body was pierced through. He looked at the hole in his chest and frowned. At the moment, he found it difficult to understand why such a situation would occur. If they joined forces, it should be very easy for them to deal with someone in the same realm as them. However, the two of them seemed to be unable to resist at the moment, and they were defeated. Just like that, Bai Jian did not stop. His flying sword was still piercing through and destroying Sun Wuqi's life force in a frenzy. As the two brothers used the twin crossing technique, no matter what, as long as the technique was not removed, they would be linked together. If the technique was not removed, as long as one of them lost his life, the other would also suffer the same fate. Faced with the piercing flying swords, the two of them were even more helpless. In addition to the rapid loss of their life force, they could only watch helplessly and wait for their deaths. They could not stop it at all. In a brief moment, the flying swords disappeared, and Bai Jian returned to the bow of the ship. Xiaoyang flew directly to Sun Wuqi's shoulder, grabbed Sun Wenhao's head, and began to extract his consciousness. Since the two brothers of the Sun family had come here to stop them, there was clearly a problem. Therefore, he only needed to extract some information from the Yin Flame realm's divine consciousness to know what they were up to. Princess Mingzhu looked at Bai Jian in astonishment. Clearly, she had never thought that this person's strength had already reached such a terrifying stage. Princess Mingzhu was naturally aware of Bai Jian's Hengjian's entry into the myriad beast realm. At that time, she thought that Bai Jian's Hengjian had the residual power of the sword Scar Abyss, which was why she had such power. Who would have thought that it was just the beginning and not the pinnacle of Huanwang? From the looks of it, Bai Jian's strength was indeed extremely terrifying. It could be said that when the three of them stood together, They were enough to represent the peak battle strength of the younger generation in the 3,000 small worlds. Among the younger generation, it would be difficult to find anyone who could contend against the three of them. Being stared at by Princess Mingzhu like this, Bai Jian also felt a little embarrassed. After laughing, he sat to the side and closed his eyes to rest. In the battle earlier, although Bai Jian was completely unscathed, it was not an easy task for him to control a few flying swords. In addition, he was eager to kill the enemy, so each flying sword contained an extremely strong force, which consumed a lot of his strength. After using a secret method, Sun Wuqi's body was a bit tougher than the cultivators of the myriad beast realm. The seemingly easy piercing was actually done by Bai Jian with all his strength. If it was just a casual blow, it would probably only leave some sword marks on the opponent's body. Since he wanted to have a deterrent effect, Bai Jian naturally needed to show some real ability. Only in this way could he make the final decision. Princess Mingzhu glanced indifferently and immediately drove the flying ship to continue forward. The two brothers of the Sun family could be said to be the first group of people who dared to fight them head-on since they came to the Yin Flame realm. Their strength was indeed not bad, but it was a pity that they encountered a freak like Bai Jian. Otherwise, if an ordinary cultivator wanted to deal with the two of them, their heads would swell. They might even be helpless in the end. However, Bai Jian was a little different. Under a full charge, he was able to cut them into pieces. Not long after, Xiaoyang also returned to the flying ship and digested Sun Wenha's consciousness. Perhaps it was because of Sun Wenha's death in battle, but along the way, no one dared to stand out. This time, Xiaoyang's trip to the Yin Flame realm was similar to the crusade against the profound fighting world. However, the situation he faced was very different. At that time, Xiaoyang thought that he was invincible under the martial emperor, so he was unscrupulous. However, now that he was in the Yin Flame realm, he needed to think more. He could even fall into great danger at any time, and it would be very difficult to kill a bloody path out. Not long after, Princess Mingzhu asked, "Those people in the West don't know what's good for them? Do they have to get involved?" Xiaoyang shook his head, and at the same time, there was a hint of relief between his brows. The Sun brothers didn't come because of that person's orders, but because they heard that we were tyrannical and wanted to use our lives as stepping stones. Xiaoyang smiled helplessly. Princess Mingzhu also smiled. If that was the case, the Sun brothers were really a little stupid. Originally, they were still worried that the Sun brothers were from the Western forces, but who would have thought that it was just a misunderstanding? However, the Sun brothers couldn't be blamed. If they met ordinary cultivators of the same level, they would naturally not be afraid, and their chances of winning would be very high. However, their luck was a little bad as they met Xiaoyang's group. It could be said that no matter which of the three of them attacked, it would be difficult for them to leave this place alive. If that's the case, we still have a chance to fight for the one in the West. As Princess Mingzhu spoke, the smile on the corner of her mouth became a little wider. If that was the case, it would be the best. Indeed, from Sun Wenha's consciousness, I also learned that Mo Jiu sent people to the West. Unfortunately, that person said that he was in seclusion and chose to avoid meeting him. As for the one in the Fire Gathering Union, he is indeed still trying to break through to the next level. Xiaoyang smiled. It seemed that the Mo family's current force was really a little isolated. Xiaoyang felt much more at ease after receiving this information. Now, it seemed that the situation was still very advantageous to them. If the three forces with real power joined hands, the danger they would encounter would be much greater, and the predicament would become difficult to reverse. In troubled times, changes were unpredictable, and there were people who wanted to watch from the sidelines. Chapter 27:14. After the news of the Sun brothers' death spread, the entire Yin Flame world exploded. Many people were extremely shocked. If these people worked together, then the Yin Flame world wouldn't be so shaken. However, when they found out that it was a single person who killed him, they couldn't help but be shocked. The Soon brothers' joint technique could be said to be incomparably exquisite. If this technique was counted as a single person, then their strength would definitely be in the top 3 within the same realm. However, they were gone just like that, killed by a single person. There were also people who secretly watched the battle and said that Bai Jian's sword Dao was unreasonable and incomparably sharp. For a time, the news spread like a gale. In a short period of time, almost everyone in the central region of the Yin Flame realm knew about it. Following the death of the Soon brothers, the forces that originally had some ulterior motives could only put away these unrealistic thoughts. Originally, there were some hot-blooded people who wanted to take 3, 5, and go sniping once to see how strong the other party was and figure out the depth of his strength. Previously, they were unsure of the strength of the 3 outsiders, so it was inevitable for them to have some hope. But now, such thoughts had completely disappeared. Even the Soon brothers had died in battle, let alone them. With such a lineup, even if he went, he would only be a side dish for others and could be easily devoured. It was also because of this that the clamor for the Mo family's power grew louder and louder. It could be said that only the Mo clan had the ability to contend with the 3 outsiders. Moreover, Mo Jio was a rank 6 almighty. With the suppression of his realm, his chances of winning were still relatively high. At the same time, some busybodies were also spreading the rumors that had been passed down before. Following the death of the Soon brothers, this matter became even more intense, and it seemed to have reached a point where it could no longer be stopped. There was no need to doubt King Zhao's ability to create momentum, and now Xiaoyang and the others had done it step by step, so those dazzling scenes were like reality, becoming a thorn in the hearts of many people. In the beginning, there were still some people who stood up to clear up these rumors, but now they had lost their confidence. Could it be that the rumors were true that the Yin Flame realm had to pay the price for invading the 4-realm alliance? Many people also thought of the words left behind before. The 3 of them came to kill only the masterminds. If anyone wanted to become enemies with them, it was not impossible. However, they had to think twice about whether they had lived long enough. Therefore, some people shifted their hatred to the Mo family. If they hadn't taken the initiative to stir up trouble, the Yin Flame realm wouldn't have suffered such humiliation. Of course, the Mo family's power was still at its peak. No matter how many complaints those fellows had, they did not dare to voice them out. They could only huddle together and complain. But after such a cry appeared, it began to spread at an extremely fast speed. Xiaoyang sat at the bow of the ship. At the same time, he began to concentrate. This was because after a few days of traveling, their airship had officially entered the territory controlled by the Mo family. This time, their target was Mo Jio's group. The Mo family was also very clear that it was impossible for them to be in a passive situation after probing them at the beginning. They could not even wait for death without doing anything. Therefore, in the following journey, they needed to pay extra attention to avoid falling into the Mo family's trap. There must be a reason behind this abnormality. The Mo family had been so patient all this time. Perhaps they were after something big. At the same time, Xiaoyang also had some concerns. He wondered if the Mo family's forbearance was to take drastic measures to deal with the 4-realm alliance to threaten them. However, according to the news from the 4-realm alliance, there was no such situation in the surroundings. However, Qin Wang had been patrolling the surroundings. If a powerful person came here, he would be able to detect it immediately and provide countermeasures. The situation that they were worried about and expected did not occur. So, what was the Mo family's attitude? This seemed to have become a mystery that people could not figure out. Moreover, it was very worrying. Are these guys really patient, or do they have other plans? Princess Mingzhu asked in a low voice. Xiaoyang shook his head. He really couldn't be sure of it. The information obtained from Sun Wen's spiritual sense was also very limited. Xiaoyang now had a better understanding of that faction in the West. He was quite curious as to whether or not that person was also an ambitious person. If a person was ambitious, as long as they were given what they wanted, they would be easier to control. Could it be that they can create some secret weapon? Bai Jian sneered. Princess Mingzhu and Xiaoyang looked at Bai Jian almost at the same time. This was not impossible. No one was willing to give up everything or wait for death. The Mo family's courtyard. The Mo family's attitude was very strange. They did not take the initiative to attack, nor did they make any arrangements. On the contrary, powerful people and forces from all over the place were continuously gathering here. However, in the end, there was no sound. It was like a stone sinking into the sea, unable to set off any waves. Some of the cultivators who didn't participate in this matter were puzzled. What was the Mo family's purpose for doing this? Could it be that they thought that as long as enough powerhouses gathered, they would be able to scare the other party away? Xiaoyang and the others had been moving forward at a moderate speed. They went straight to the Mo family's courtyard. If they were really afraid, they would not be like this. Now, Mo Jio once again came to the meeting hall and sat on the main seat. The Mo family did not take the initiative to attack. This was also Mo Jio's intention. This was because, in Mo Jio's opinion, the in-flame world was still relatively unyielding. Some people would naturally not be able to sit still and go to fight. When the time came, they would only need to send some people to observe carefully. They would first understand the strength of the opponent before making a plan. Unfortunately, those powerhouses were not able to stand up. So far, the strongest were the Sun brothers. However, the Sun brothers only probed the strength of one person. As for the specific strength of Xiaoyang and Princess Mingzhu, it was still an unknown mystery. Mo Jio also had a headache about this. The higher the realm and the older the age, the easier it was to cherish one's life. And Mo Jio was such a representative. He wanted to thoroughly understand the strength of these three people, and then set up a sure-kill situation that was absolutely certain to succeed. Unfortunately, following the death of the Sun brothers, no one dared to probe anymore. Chapter 27:15. Are those two old men still in seclusion? Mo Jio rubbed his forehead and asked. Before the situation was clear, Mo Jio was not willing to appear here to discuss the strategy to deal with the enemy with the others. However, the other party's flying ship had already reached their territory. In a few days' time, they would arrive above the Mo family's courtyard. When that time came, there would be no way to escape. Now that they were in a situation where there was no way to retreat, they had to deal with it. There was still some time to plan. If they waited until the other party was right in front of them, they would not have the chance to set up such a situation. Everyone shook their heads. They had also used their connections to get rid of their old friends to find out more information. However, the results were not satisfactory. Right now, I'm afraid we can only rely on our own strength to fight. The other two factions probably want us to be heavily injured by those three outsiders. That way, they can make us into mere figureheads and nibble away at us, an old man from the Mo family said helplessly. In fact, everyone had their own ambitions. At the same time, they had different estimates and opinions of their opponents. They were all old foxes and naturally had their own plans. Although there were many rumors, the other two forces did not think that they could uproot the entire Mo family with just the three of them. However, a bloody battle between them was unavoidable. When that time came, the Mo family's strength would be greatly damaged. These guys, don't they know that blind confidence will bring disaster to themselves? Mo Jio scolded angrily. The other powerful figures looked at each other. They did not understand why the family head was so worried. This was completely unreasonable. Fearing the enemy like a tiger was a complete disgrace to their own prestige. Indeed, the other party had killed the Sun brothers alone. This kind of strength could not be underestimated. However, there were only three of them. Was it necessary to deal with it this way? If it wasn't for the Patriarch's order, this group of people would have already formed a group to intercept and kill, instead of waiting here and being anxious. Since we can't get some information logically, we can only give it our all, Mo Wu said after thinking for a while. Mo Jiu looked at his junior with satisfaction and smiled. All along, Mo Wu had been very prudent in his work and would leave a way out for himself. Although, no matter where he was not the most outstanding person. However, most of the abilities were at a higher level. This made Mo Wu look somewhat perfect. But to put it bluntly, it was also a flaw that made him seem somewhat mediocre. If a cultivator wanted to take care of everything, then this would be their biggest flaw. How vast was the great Dao? How was it possible to take care of everything? However, it seemed like this junior was the only one who understood his intentions. Everyone, I think you are all hesitant about what happened in the Wanshou realm, so you are not convinced. You think I am old and cowardly. Mo Jiu said with a smile. Once he said this, no one dared to say anything. They did indeed have many complaints in their hearts. But how could they dare to flare up at this old fellow? This patriarch of the Mo family had always been temperamental. If they said something wrong, it naturally wouldn't affect them in such a situation. In the future, it was inevitable that old scores would be brought up. There are some things that, as long as he didn't say it out loud, even if he was well aware of it, it wouldn't matter. If he exposed it, he would lose face. After suppressing you for so long, it's enough. We naturally have to fight this battle. Those who are willing to be the vanguard, do you dare to step forward and let me take a look? Mo Jiu asked with a smile. This time, Mo Wu did not step forward immediately. Mo Wu knew very well that this time there was no way to retreat. As the vanguard, there was only one result, which was to fight to the death and not retreat. Being the vanguard was no different from courting death. He would not make such a decision. Patriarch of the Mo family, I am willing to go. This time, Meng Hu took the initiative to step forward. The last time he went out to stop the tribulation, he was forced to retreat before he could do anything. This made Meng Hu very unhappy. Moreover, he had suppressed it for so long. Since the battle was going to start, he was willing to be the vanguard and finish what he had not done before. Mo Wu sighed silently in his heart. Looking at this old friend of his, even though he had reached rank 5 cultivation, he still had a fiery temper and could not tell the severity of the matter. He could not say anything. Sometimes, friendship was just that fragile. After experiencing something, it would fall apart. Mo Wu did not say anything more. If he stopped them now, he would be going against the patriarch's will. He would probably be in serious trouble. Moreover, since Meng Hu did not understand him, he was not a friend. There was no need to remind him. I am also willing to go. Following Meng Hu's lead, a younger-looking cultivator stepped forward and said, since someone had stepped forward, those who had been suppressing it for a long time and were mostly unhappy in their hearts also began to step forward. With so many of them going together, no matter how powerful the opponent was, he would not be able to withstand the siege of so many powerful figures. This was a home battle where they were sure to win. Why should they be afraid? Sometimes being too afraid was just asking for trouble. Mo Jiu laughed. Since these great men were not stingy with their lives, the following matters would be much easier to handle. Quan Hung, you will be the leader. Take Meng Hu and the others as the vanguard, Mo Jiu said. Immediately, the others began to echo his order. The final decisive battle was about to arrive. Everyone felt their blood boiling. Mo Wu sat there and did not say a word, as if he was afraid that the patriarch would see him and assign him some work. However, the role of the vanguard was not light at all. Then, Mo Jiu also began to make arrangements. Those present were all cultivators above the 4th level. They were the core of the Mo family's forces. This time, Mo Jiu could almost see everyone's details in the arrangements. It could be seen how much importance he attached to this battle. The general situation of the Yin Flame realm also changed as the flying ship moved forward. Although there were almost no battles later, it still gave people a feeling of surging wind and clouds. The deeper the flying ship went, the more people looked forward to it. Where would the Mo family choose to take action? And how powerful would the enemy they were so afraid of be? All kinds of difficult questions kept appearing in their hearts. Some people who liked to gossip even enjoyed it and made all kinds of guesses. Xiao Yang leaned on the railing and looked at the scenery ahead. His brows began to knit together. Right now, the atmosphere he sensed had changed greatly. Chapter 27:16. It could be said that the more silent the Mo family was, the more worrisome it was. Because the other party did not do anything, they were too quiet. If there was a great disparity in strength, it was normal for the other party to resign themselves to fate and wait for judgment to come. However, the strength of the Flame world on the surface still suppressed them by a lot. However, under such circumstances, the other party did not say a word. This made people wonder what was going on. However, Xiao Yang already had an idea in his heart. The reason why the other party did not accept the challenge was probably because they were discussing how to deal with the situation. In the end, they might even accumulate their strength to deal a heavy blow to them and uproot them. There was a probability of these situations happening, but it was still hard to say what would happen. After all, things were unpredictable. Without a spy to investigate, it was hard to say. Thinking of this, Xiao Yang could not help but feel a headache. Sometimes, when facing fierce attacks, he could analyze them because of such contact and roughly understand the other party's temperament. He could also come up with corresponding countermeasures. However, under such a state of ignorance, it was really helpless and difficult to deal with. The people of the Mo family are really iron bastards. They don't dare to do anything under such circumstances, Bai Jian said with some dissatisfaction. In such a strange atmosphere, it made people feel very uncomfortable. Even though Bai Jian was very confident, he could not help but panic when facing the Mo family's response. If they could know some of the situation, they could still deal with it freely. However, under such a situation, they would not know when they would accidentally fall into a dangerous situation. Princess Mingzhu smiled helplessly. It could be said that the Flame world she saw was indeed very strange. They had been keeping it a secret all this time. Such a situation was simply unheard of. However, people who could think like this were naturally not to be underestimated. Because if they did not have enough plans, how could the other party be so calm? Therefore, there were probably many tricks in this. Perhaps the other party had already set up an inescapable trap and was waiting for them to jump in. If we continue to go deeper, we will enter the core of the Mo family's forces, Princess Mingzhu said softly. Xiao Yang nodded. He also understood what she meant. If the other party did not make a move, the danger level would increase exponentially. The more the other party banded together, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. The three of them, no matter which one of them faced a stage 6 powerhouse, would be able to put up a fight and have a good chance of winning. However, if all of the Tier 5 powerhouses gathered together, that would still be very impressive. As the saying goes, a large number of ants can bite an elephant to death. No matter how strong you are, in the face of the general trend, it is still difficult to turn the tide. Should we contact my father and Sword Masterly first and ask them to wait first? If anything happens, they will be able to provide support immediately, Princess Mingzhu said worriedly. This was also their backup plan. If there were really too many enemies and their arrangements were very meticulous, they could only do so. The three of them had come here for a crusade, so there was no need for them to lose their lives here. Moreover, since there was a chance to suppress the Flame world, he naturally could not miss such a great opportunity. If they could not achieve their goal, then their trip to the Flame world this time would be equivalent to useless. Therefore, this time he couldn't be vague. In the past, they might have only wanted to kill to stop the war. But after defeating the Wanshou realm, they deeply realized that they had to have their own temperament. Moreover, compared to the Wanshou realm, the general trend of the Flame world was still very different. If there was even the slightest mistake, there would be unexpected results. Therefore, every step had to be taken very carefully. They could not be careless. The more you ask for, the more you have to worry about. Xiao Yang shook his head. At least from what we know now, there is no need. For the Four-Realm Alliance, The God Emperor was their final trump card. If they were to use it in this battle, then they would be less secure. Of course, there was another situation where they had no choice but to invite the God Emperor. That was, once the major forces joined forces, it would be very difficult for the three of them to take them down with just their ability. If everything was within their control, then they could take a big gamble. Since they had a way out, it was not impossible to take a risk and try it. However, how to get things done next was another matter altogether. Princess Mingzhu nodded silently. Since Xiaoyang said so, she would not think too much about it. All along, Xiaoyang's considerations were more comprehensive. Moreover, he had been the leader for many of the operations. Facts had proven that Xiaoyang was indeed capable. He had led them through the turmoil in the past few times and had even gained many benefits. However, I'm afraid there will be a series of tough battles. Everyone should be more careful, Xiaoyang said with a frown. Xiaoyang had also drawn up a few plans in his mind as to what strategy the Mo family would use to deal with them. Putting himself in their shoes, an old fox like him could still figure out some of the other party strategies. Although it was not very accurate, it was not far from it. Princess Mingzhu nodded. She also understood that the most dangerous moment was coming. Bai Jian, your breath is the shortest. If the battle goes on for a long time, it will be very disadvantageous for you, Xiaoyang said with a frown. It was not that Bai Jian was lacking in strength, but that they walked on different paths. Bai Jian had spent all his effort on sharpness, so it was inevitable that he would be short of breath. It was indeed a good thing to have a long breath. However, Bai Jian's sword was unconventional. No matter how long one's breath was, it could be broken with a sword. If it was a one-on-one battle, Bai Jian naturally would not be afraid. However, the battle might go on for a long time. Therefore, under many considerations, he was indeed not good at such a long battle. It'll be fine as long as there's a gap for me to rest for a while, Bai Jian said indifferently. Xiaoyang nodded with a smile. If he and Princess Mingzhu joined forces, they could still make a gap for Bai Jian to rest. However, whether the other party would give them a chance was another matter altogether. In that case, Bai Jian would become their weakness in that long and heavy battle. If they were discovered, it would not be good news. Of course, Bai Jian also had his uses and advantages. 100 miles away, I sensed a few rank 5 almighties gathered together, Princess Mingzhu said with a much more serious expression. She even subconsciously tightened her grip on her sword hilt.